this. Yes. And this one. Okay. Yes and yes. Great. Okay. We're live on YouTube, on the internet. Cool. Hey, YouTube, if you're watching, welcome in. Nice to have you. This is a live stream, so this was recorded live, but if you're watching this at some other point in the future, welcome. We do stream live. If you are interested in following along with the chat, it's either down here or on the vertical, or it's over here. If you're on the horizontal, we have chat from both YouTube and Twitch. So if you're seeing messages that are not in your YouTube chat, that's why. And if you're watching this after the live recording, you can see what I'm responding to. It's on the screen. Anyway, welcome in. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook and recipe developer. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy that y'all are joining at whatever point it is that you are joining. This is a cooking stream. We do basically almost all cooking on here. About 85% of the content for this channel is cooking. The other 15-ish% is IRL live streams out in the world. But mostly what we're doing on stream is vegetable forward family meals. I do meal prep. I do recipe development on stream. We do some baking. We make cookies at least once a month. I do prep for trips, like camping trips. So we do like outdoor, like full meal preps for camping as well. When we do go out in the world, it's usually something food adjacent, but often it's just like walking around because I like walking and being out amongst everything. If you are watching live, that's awesome. If you are watching a recording later in the future, I would love it if you would hit the subscribe button. Thank you. It helps the channel get out and get exposed to new viewers. If you are indeed watching live, or at any point really, hit the like button as well, because that helps the stream when it is live get to people on YouTube, on the internet. All right, that was awkward. Anyway, welcome in. We're also multi-streaming on Twitch. So if you are like, hey, I don't see this in the chat, what is he responding to? Just know that it's probably something, a chat on Twitch. And like I mentioned, if you are watching the vertical recording, the chat is going to be down here, or it's going to be somewhere in the middle if there's like multiple cameras. If you're watching on the desktop version of the stream, then it's going to be over here. And today we're doing prep for a couple things. We're prepping quiche for the freezer. Quiche is not going to be for dinner tonight. The quiche is going to have chicken, cheese, herbs, eggs, obviously, peas, as well as a homemade crust. I'm also going to be prepping pizza dough. The pizza dough is for Thursday. So we're going to start it today. We're going to work on it a little bit tomorrow. Tomorrow we're actually going to shape it into balls. And then Thursday we're going to stretch it and bake it. So we're doing quiche for the freezer, pizza dough for the future, and then for dinner tonight, I'm making a recipe that is one that I wrote. I'm kind of adapting it a little bit tonight, but it is for what I call soupy toasts. Basically, it's white beans and kale and tomatoes with a little onion on top of a toasted piece of bread that has cheese on top of it. So we're gonna make that for dinner. That's gonna be at the end. First, we're gonna do the pie crust, then we're gonna do the pizza dough, then we're gonna make the quiche, then we're gonna get to dinner. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit the like and subscribe button. I appreciate you. And if you want to chat, please know that you have to be subscribed for more than 5 minutes. I think that's all the notes that I have. Subscriptions are silent. Subscriptions are silent. So if you hit the subscribe button while you're watching live, nothing happens. There's no like alerts or sound messages. And if you're watching on Twitch, again, follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no messages. I'm not going to like say hi to you and ask you a bunch of questions. So feel free to lurk, very lurker friendly channel. And that's it. That's all the announcements that I got. And away we go. Oh, yes. Oh, I wanted to start doing this. How do I pin a message on chat? So let's see. Date. There we go. Let's see. I'm going to pin that to the chat in Twitch. Okay, cool. We did it. I also wanted to note that we're going to be going camping May 13th. It's going to be the 4th anniversary of the stream. Literally, it is the 4th anniversary of the stream. And it will be, we'll have streamed for 2,000 hours that day as well. I think we're going to hit 2,000. No, was it 2,000 hours? Yeah, like 2,000 total stream hours that day. 4 years, 2,000 total stream hours, and we're gonna go camping. We're gonna bookend, sort of, not bookend, it's not the end of the book, but we're going to do a camping trip. My first stream ever was prepping for a camping trip. So that's fun. Anyway, okay, that's it. Let's get started. We're gonna make pie crust. Where's my to-do list? Here it is. Okay, we did it. We did it. We found the to-do list. Also, now is when I put the hat on. If you're fond of the hatless Lou, please feel free to like get your last look, because I'm not gonna, because I'm putting a hat on. Okay, cool. We're gonna make the pie crust. The pie crust is from, why is it weirdly crooked like that? I don't like that. Okay, I think we got it. All right, we did it. I should also plug this microphone in. The pie crust is from this book, How to Cook Everything by Mark Bittman. It's basically like a catch-all, one of those things that you just, you need a really basic and simple recipe for something, you're gonna find it in here. There's also little like techniques and pictures, but I use several recipes from here, like regularly. The flaky pie crust recipe is my anytime I'm making a pie crust, this is the one that I'm using. This is, which version is this? This is the completely revised 10th anniversary edition, copyright 2008. First published in 1998. This one is from 2008. So this is the 10th anniversary. So we have now passed the 20th anniversary. We're almost at the 30th anniversary of this book. Kristen says, I'm never in stream pre-hat, so I was honestly jarred. I started doing that after last summer. I realized I was having this weird, I had this like weird hang up about like not being on stream without a hat on, because I'd always been wearing a hat. It was one of those things where I was like, oh, because I've always had one on, I should always have one on. And then I very intentionally was just like, listen, before I'm cooking, we're just gonna we're just gonna not, so I can get over it. And I've clearly gotten over it. Flaky pie crust. 1 cup plus 2 tablespoons of flour, and salt, sugar, and a stick of cold unsalted butter cut into 8 pieces. Combine the flour, salt, and sugar in a food processor and pulse once or twice. Add the butter and turn on the machine. Process until the butter and flour are blended and the mixture looks like cornmeal, about 10 seconds. Pour the mixture into a bowl, add the ice water, mix with your hands until you can form the dough into a ball, adding another tablespoon or 2 of ice water if necessary. If you overdo it and the mixture becomes sodden, add a little more flour. Form into a ball, wrap in plastic, freeze for 10 minutes or refrigerate for at least 30 minutes. You can refrigerate the dough for up to a couple of days or freeze tightly wrapped for up to a couple of weeks. Okay, so we're doing the first part of this. I'm going to get my food processor out. Then we're going to get all of this together. While I'm getting the food processor out, I want to look for a pie pan. Do I have? I do. Hell yeah. I'm looking, because I'm freezing these quiches. So I want to make these in an aluminum pan so that I don't have to deal with like taking them out of the pan and then putting them in a in a separate container. And I don't know, I've made these before when I made quiche on stream. I've made them in a like glass pie dish, and then we'll eat one that night, and then I'll have to like freeze the other one, and then I'll have to take it out of that dish and I'll put it in one of these. But anyway, since we're doing these on the stream today with the express purpose of freezing both of them, we're going to make both of them in these aluminum pans. Got it? Good. Carly, welcome in. Nice to see you. Carly, did you figure out what fruit trees you were planting? We talked about this on stream, and I think it was like a week or something ago. And I was thinking about fruit the other day, and I was going back through some old stream, like that old stream, and I saw that you mentioned the like, but I don't remember if you said what trees you were planting. Anyway, welcome in. Hey, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. That is 16 total months. That's a long time. 16 months is a long time to be hanging out listening to my nonsense. So thank you. I really do appreciate the sub. Okay, so in the food processor, we're going to combine the flour, salt, and sugar. I am going to we're going to double this recipe because this makes 2 pie crusts. I want 2, obviously, and it makes a little extra past what I need, but I always just put that in the oven with like a little bit of butter and some cinnamon and sugar and make like a little treat out of it. So the extra doesn't go to waste. So let's get my flour. That's not flour, that's sugar. This is flour, and we're not going to throw this one. Okay. I need my scale. The scale is with the cats because Gwen's been using it to weigh them. So let me go get the scale. Hi. We have a cat up here. I need the scale. I'm going to enter. May I have it? Okay. I'm going to bring Elsie down and show her off because she's outside. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. We have a scale, which was expected, and we have a bonus. One of our cats is here. We have Elsie, who is lurking upstairs outside of the room. There are 3 foster kittens now. This is not a foster cat. This is a full-time, lives in the house, is a cat who is not happy with. She did not want to be picked up and moved from where she was, but she's not going to do anything about it. So this is Elsie. Command Elsie, E-L-S-I-E. She's very fighty today. She doesn't want to be held, but here she is. Okay, you can get down. Go ahead. Bye. Carly says, I'm leaning towards figs. Oh, I love figs. We used to have a fig plant that I had access to at the playground near the house, but it was, 1, it got cut down. 2, I didn't realize this, but it got cut down when they took all the dirt out of the playground and remediated it for lead. So I'm glad I didn't really eat all that many figs from that tree. Anyway, apples are on the list. Yeah, what's your favorite apple? General question. General question to everybody. What's your favorite kind of apple? There's like so many. I don't know that many varieties. Katu, thank you for your lurk. I appreciate it. What are Soupy toasts? Soupy toasts are, well, 1, if you hit command recipes, that will take you to a list of recipes on the website, and that will, there is a link to the recipe I'm making tonight. So if you click that link in chat and then find it and find it on that page, it will show you exactly what it is. But basically, it's a big piece of a toasted piece of bread with a stew on top of it. The stew has been thickened quite a bit, and you cover the stew in cheese, basically, and then you roast it again. So it's like a hot, open-faced sandwich, almost. So that's what it is. It has white cannellini beans, cannellini or any kind of white bean, kale, tomatoes, onion, and I like to cover it with Gouda cheese. The recipe calls for Gouda cheese. Today we're going to be using Havarti and Gruyere, another melty one. Kristen said Ludacrisp is my favorite kind of apple, both for the name and the actual taste. Yes, fair. Carly says from a grocery store I go Pink Lady, from an orchard I go Honey Crisp. Okay. Cosmic Crisp, so fluff. Yes, the Cosmic Crisps are the ones that are a little pinker, if I'm not mistaken. I am annoyed because I just recently got rid of, I had a thing from an orchard that we'd gone to at one point, a sheet of paper that had like all of the different apples on it, and I had written down, there was one, when we went to the orchard, I got like 4 or 5 different types of apples, and I like put a little check mark next to them, and I just recently for some reason got rid of that piece of paper, and now I'm annoyed that I did, because I wish that I hadn't, because then it would help with this discussion, because there was some in there that I like had, but I had like written notes on them about how good they were, but like I've never had or seen them again. So great. Tatsu, thank you. I really like, this is one of the those recipes that like I made it a bunch, and then when I pitched it, they were like, what do you mean? What is it? What do you mean? And then one of the editors that I had sent it to was like, these are really good. So I was pretty happy with it. So Carly says, my shrub and tree list is finalized and is as follows: red currants, wild blueberries, fig, apple, cherry. Damn, that's a good mix. I love cherries. They're frustrating to cook with, but I love to eat them as a snack. I would love to have a cherry tree that's just like dropping cherries all the time. An electric tiller, nice. You're buying one? Would you do you anticipate using it again? Tearing out your lawn. Hell yeah, get rid of that lawn. Get rid of the obligation to mow anything. Dan, welcome in. It sounds like a great list of things. I am going to do some weight measurements here. So 380 grams of flour plus a 1/4 cup. Let's see, 70, 380. 380 grams plus 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, because I'm doubling this recipe, that's 4 tablespoons additional. 4 tablespoons is a 1/4 cup, right? Yes. Okay. So let's do a 1/4 cup, and we'll just do that. So there's my doubled flour recipe. I'm going to need a little bit of this for rolling when I roll the dough out, but I believe I have a container of flour in here that I've used for rolling in the past. I don't. Okay. Okay, good to know. So let's get my let's get a little container together of flour. Not going to use this yet, but it'll be good to have out, and then I can just get rid of this flour container. Great. Beautiful. Where did I put the lid? There it is. Okay. Let's put this back in the cabinet, because I don't love having anything out on the counter, and I'm not actively doing something else. I almost always prefer to put things away as I'm using them. That way they're just gone. 1 teaspoon of salt. So I'm going to go ahead and use the same sea salt for this that I was using for the pizza. So we'll do a teaspoon of salt. And then 2 teaspoons of sugar. I'm gonna move that flour out of the way because it was very precariously perched on the edge of the counter there, and most certainly would be going over the edge. So 1 teaspoon of salt. Now it calls for 1 teaspoon of sugar. Since we're doubling, we're going to do 1 and 2 teaspoons of sugar. And we're going to use the sugar and that salt for the pizza dough here in a little bit. So I'm just going to leave that. I am going to leave that out on the counter. Okay. 1/4 cup measure can go over here. I'm not going to toss it in the sink because I don't know if I'm going to need it again. And I don't want to put it in the sink because like once you put something in the sink, it's dirty. Like even if you just sit it on the grate, it's dirty. You can't, I don't make the rules. That's how it works. It's just like if you were to scrape your plate off into the sink and there's nothing else in there, but like, you know, a whole piece of pizza goes into the sink, you're like, fuck. Now it's tainted. Am I the only one? I don't feel like I'm the only one in this situation. All right, so we need 2 sticks of butter. I'm gonna cut those up now. We're gonna pulse this, but we're gonna cut up some butter. This has been sitting out on the counter. I got it out of the freezer, I don't know, probably 20 minutes ago at this point. So it's probably fine and ready to go, or not, or it's gonna be solid and this will be a disaster, but we're gonna find out either way. Then I'm going to need 6 tablespoons of ice water plus a large bowl. So we need to get a bowl, get the bowl out. So let's get everything else out that I need. So I'm just trying to kind of leave that butter until the last possible moment. Do a bowl. Ice. So it says ice water. I'm just going to get a bowl, fill it with ice, and then a little bit of, just a little bit of water, and then we'll just measure it with a tablespoon. Because I don't need to do that ahead of time. Okay. That's definitely more than 6 tablespoons. All right, but we're good. Let's turn the overhead camera on. Yay, there it goes. Combine the flour, salt, and sugar. Add the butter, process, pour the mixture in a bowl. Add the ice water, mix with your hands until you can form the dough into a ball. Wrap in plastic and refrigerate. Okay, so we're gonna wrap. I'm gonna get my plastic wrap out. This is, we won't need to cut this yet. Okay, so we're ready to go. Except the butter. Let's cut the butter. Yeah, this has been out of the freezer for just a little bit. All right, this is like, this is actually the perfect consistency, because it's when you get butter out and it's, I'm gonna wash my hands actually because I'm about to do this. I'm about to do something with my hands. When you get butter out of the freezer, like, and you try to cut it immediately, it's it like shatters. But this is a good consistency of butter here. I'm glad I remembered to get it out. I thought I had butter in the refrigerator. I did not. Do I need butter for something else today? That was a rhetorical question. I don't expect you to know the answer. No, I don't. Okay. I don't. Good. All right, I'll get this cut up. So I'm just cutting this into little pieces. Stick number 1, and then stick number 2. And then we will get this dough together. So this needs to rest. Once this goes in the fridge, I'll stop and we'll do the pizza dough, because then we'll be finished with flour. Whenever I'm doing anything in the kitchen that involves flour, baking or anything otherwise like that, I just want to do I want to do everything with the flour at once, even if I'm just making like cookies. I'm batch making cookies. I just want to measure all the flour at the same time. Like, I hate having to come back and like do dry ingredients more than once. It's just a personal annoyance of mine. All right. So butter is ready. Let's get this pie crust fully underway here. I'm gonna move some things around so I can plug my food processor in. There we go. And we need the lid, obviously. Okay, we're on. I'm gonna take my towel and just kind of drape it over here, because I'm gonna hit the flour and salt. Just to mix it in. All right, so add the butter and turn on the machine. Process until the butter and flour are blended and the mixture looks like cornmeal at 10 seconds. All right, this part is super easy, and it's way easier to do in a food processor, which is why I do it in the food processor. Okay. This is good. Toss the butter. And now we process for a few moments, not minutes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that just about looks like cornmeal. Perfect. Put the mixture in a bowl, add the ice water. All right, so tap in the sides here just to make sure all the dry stuff is off. Take this, and we're gonna put this, oh shoot, 2 pieces of butter that I missed. Let's just mix those in real quick, because when I say I missed, I mean I literally missed when I was tossing them over and they were just sitting on the counter. Listening for the sound. Okay, that's fine. Good. So this is just going to go in a bowl. Again, I'm making a double batch of this, so we're going to separate this into two pie rounds. Before I do that, I'm going to give this food processor a wipe, because it's got flour on it, and we don't love that. Go. Do I need this again today? No, I do not. Okay. I do not. So we're going to put this in the sink, this back in the cabinet, and then we'll mix the dough. While I'm in the cabinet, I'm going to get out my Dutch oven, and I'm going to get out my mixer for pizza dough, because I'm going to use the mixer today for the dough. No, Thursday night is pizza night. I'm making the dough today though, so it can rest for a long time. So Fluff, are you on the clock today? Are you doing deliveries today? Sita, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Okay, put the mixture in a bowl. Add the ice water. Mix with your hands until you can form the dough into a ball. Adding another tablespoon into ice water if necessary. Form into a ball. Wrap in plastic. Freeze for freeze. Okay, or sprinkle. Okay. Always when the kiddo's not home. Well, it is Tuesday, so it is a school day, unless you're snowed in. Okay, so I'm going to put about 6 tablespoons of ice water in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to leave that. And then we've got a dough here. Let's do. Let me get some gloves on so I can not have to use the sink, because Gwen's currently using the sink. So finally done with snow, so Flo says. And you know what's on the agenda for tomorrow? More snow. Elsie, no. Elsie, what do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, she's trying to get into the stuff on the counter. She was just here. I just had her. I literally just had her a few minutes ago. She did not want to be held. She did not want to be around. And now she's just up on the counter doing cat stuff. Okay. Here's this mixture. So we're going to mix this together. Let's see if it goes. So we're making a pie dough. So we have butter, flour, sugar, salt, and water. And that's it. Nothing else in here. And the only difference between this dough and the other pie crust, the quiche, or like the non-sweet crust, is the sugar. I prefer, when I'm making crust for quiche, to have a little sugar in the crust. I don't love when it's just the savory crust. This one is meant for like pie, like a sweet pie, and I kind of prefer that. It was -7 this morning. So says that's very cold. I think here we haven't been in the negatives in a little while. It may have gotten to freezing 2 weekends ago, but I think we're definitely through with having any kind of freezing weather. It was like 8 here this morning. Okay, so this is staying together and is not too dry and not too wet, or just good texture. There we go. All right, this feels okay. I might want to add, I feel like I want to add like just a very little bit more moisture to this. Not a lot, like literally like a 1/4 teaspoon. Yeah. Good. Okay. Now we're going to use the scale and split this directly in half. And let this rest. This is good. Get all my little bits off the bottom here so I can weigh it with everything. Go. Okay. Scale. And tear. And this is 760 grams. That's 350. 60, 70, 80. 380 is half of 760. So let's do 380 grams. Let's see if I can split this evenly. $3.79. Oh yeah. Perfect. That was perfectly even. Well, not perfectly even. This one weighs 1 gram more. That's okay. But 379 is pretty good when I was looking for 380. All right, so we have our pie balls here. These are ready to go. Let's get these into some plastic wrap. Move the scale out of the way. I'm just going to flatten these like a little bit so that they're sort of in rounds while they're still pliable. Oh, thank you, Sofluff. I appreciate it. I don't think I've ever pinned a message on the stream, so I'm not really familiar. But I figured it would be worth pinning. Catastrophe, welcome in. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Oh, recently we just passed 9,100 check-ins. I said we were going to on stream, and then I didn't notice when it happened. Look at that. It's a 20-minute default for pins unless you change it. Okay, cool. Well, I'll forget that it's there. Hopefully it doesn't stay there for the next 10 streams. Or it does, whatever. Who really cares? Is it in the way? How do y'all feel about pinned chats? I don't really mind them when I'm watching on Twitch, but I also occasionally if I forget to like minimize the chat, like I'll read it and then I'll forget, and then it'll just be like taking up a lot of the real estate, and like but that's a me thing. That's not a Twitch thing. That's a like my own forgetfulness. It'll unpin at the end of stream. Great. Perfect. That's what we want. Don't mind it. People can dismiss them. Cool. I just forget to dismiss them, and I forget to even like make them smaller. And then I'm like, this is so much. Why is this so big? Okay. We've got 2 pie rounds here. These are for quiches. The quiches, again, are not for today. I'm just making quiche to put in the freezer so that it's available later. So just kind of restocking something in there for future days where don't want to cook, but also don't want to order or go anywhere. All right. Pie rounds are finished. They look good. We're going to pop these in the fridge and then move on to pizza dough. So I'm just going to refrigerate these. It's going to be at least 30 minutes before I need those again. So I don't mind. Do I need the sink? No. I'm going to put something in here, but I'm not currently using it. It was the word pie. It was the word pie. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Pie crust is finished. What's what? Yeah. We're gonna rest that. Then we're gonna par bake it. Oven needs to be at 425 to bake, to par bake. So let's bump the oven up. And then pizza dough is next. So pizza dough is very different, but pretty easy. We're making the dough, the same dough that I usually make. It comes from this cookbook. This is a regular pizza cookbook on stream. I do the dough recipe from this, and then the red sauce recipe also comes out of here, which isn't really a recipe. It's basically like mix a can of tomato sauce with onion or with salt, olive oil, and raw garlic, and then use it. Like it is a recipe, but it's also like very simple. Fudge darling, you're doing dip dinner tonight. Nice. My family doesn't know what that means. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. I love that. We love dip dinner. That's not what we're having tonight, but it's coming up soon. Welcome in. Fred Hell, welcome in. Hey, Dead Gregs, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I'm leaving myself a note. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in, friends. What were we streaming today? Food and drink. Excellent. Anything fun today? Were you making anything interesting? What kind of food and drink stream were you doing? And Dead Gregs, if you are like, I'm tired and don't want to chat, that's totally fine. That is a general question for anyone who just joined us.
No.
Elsie, Gwen's prepping food for the kittens upstairs, and Elsie is trying to eat it the moment that she stops watching. Elsie is kind of a nightmare. Hold on. Nope. Okay. She saw me, the cat saw me coming to get her and decided to vacate. Friends who just joined us, welcome. As I am sort of recalibrating here. It's nice to have you. I want to tell you that follows are silent, so there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. Gwen, are you okay? You good?
Yeah.
Okay. No alerts, no sounds, no chat messages. So if you're the type of person who just enjoys lurking on stream, please feel free to do that. Please hit the follow button if you're so inclined, and if you'd prefer to watch on YouTube, there's a link to that in chat. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook and recipe developer. We do a lot of different types of cooking on stream, but mostly vegetable forward family meals. We do development, we do meal prep, we do trip prep, we do baking, do quite a bit. We're a very chatty stream, but if you're the type of person who likes to lurk, I will fill the sound of silence with my own voice when no one is active in chat. So welcome in. Friends who are hanging out here, Dead Gregs is a fellow food and drink streamer, which we love to see. I would appreciate it if you would follow, because that'd be awesome. Hold on. Let me, where am I? Okay. All right. Excellent. I have just followed as well. Wait, what just happened? Something happened in chat. Woma, is this this was what we were talking about last time, right? The raid from previous, correct? If I'm not mistaken. Okay, good. Thank you. Oh, awesome. All right. Cool. I was like, wait, yes. Same page. I got you. Nice to Greg. Thank you for rating. And if you have to go, please do take whatever time you need. Quilpy, it's nice to see you. Welcome in. It is lovely to have you. Dead Greg's makes dead people's recipes at Dead Greg's, mainly Greg's recipes. Well then, that is neat. That is neat, and there's no one to ask questions about, which is fun because I would imagine you have to interpret things, and you're like, what is this? What did they mean by this? Who knows? Which I kind of love because I'm the type of person who would like enjoy trying to do that and enjoy the enjoying the process, trusting the process. I don't know. Cadmos, welcome in. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Happy Monday Senior or Wednesday Junior if you're into that sort of thing. I just use the word Tuesday because that's what it is. Today on our stream, we are we're doing some meal prep. We're prepping quiche. So I have pie dough that I just made that's in the refrigerator. We're going to make the crusts for the quiche, and then we're going to make the quiche. I'm about to start making some pizza dough. The pizza is for pizza dough is for Thursday. So this is going to be a 48-hour rested dough. We're going to make that today. Tomorrow we're going to shape it into dough balls, and then Thursday we're going to make pizza on stream. So Thursday's stream is like just pizza making. Well, prepping the toppings, and then making pizza, which always takes longer than I feel like it should. Anyway, so once we're done those two things, we're going to do, so we did the pie crust, we're resting that. We're making the pizza dough. Then we're going to do the prep for the quiche fillings. Then we're going to make the quiche. And then we're going to do dinner. Dinner is separate. Like everything else is prepping for later. Dinner is going to be what I call soup toasts, which are basically a big toast. It's like thick cut toasted bread with a topping of basically a really thick bean, kale, tomato stew. And you cook that, you put that on top, and then you cover it with cheese. And then you bake it again. Command recipes in chat. If you want to know exactly what goes into soup toasts, it is on the website. So you can go to the website and click the one that says soup toasts and you will find it. Killer Cree, I'm sick right now and it sounds amazing. You know what I love about it? One, it is great for it is a really good sick meal because it has a lot of, it's very, very nutrient dense. So agreed. You could also just eat it as a soup if you wanted to. But if you make it and then you decide oh, I'm not really that hungry, you can also freeze them and then just reheat them and they heat up really well. I do hope you feel better soon though, because it is the season where lots of people are getting sick. I feel like there's the early part of the spring and then the early part of winter, everybody's just well, I'm dying. Not in the literal sense of the word, although that is also true, but in the metaphorical sense of I feel terrible. I just went through some sickness. My whole house just went through some sickness. So it's brutal out there, as Olivia Rodrigo says. So good luck. Michael, thank you for hanging out today. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Tuesday. There is so much going around. Yeah, I got sick when I went up to Rhode Island, and then I just got everyone in my household sick. So that sucks. Pizza dough recipe: 355 grams of cool water, sugar, active dry yeast, extra virgin olive oil, all-purpose or bread flour, and then sea salt. So start out by whisking the water with the sugar and yeast in a large stainless steel bowl. Mix in the olive oil. Then we'll mix in the flour, If you have a stand mixer with a dough hook attachment, use that and mix for about 5 minutes on a slow speed until everything is just incorporated. After everything is mixed and there aren't any dry parts, scrape the remaining dough down the sides and cover the bowl with plastic wrap or a dead towel. Okay, we're going to do this in the stand mixer because I almost always I've almost always and forever made this in a like just a regular bowl and then mixed it with a spoon. So I don't always use the stand mixer. In fact, I think I've only used it once. So that's we're gonna see how it goes. I usually mix it with a spoon, and that works really well. But I noticed in here that it said if you have a stand mixer with a dough hook attachment, use that. That's some specific wordage. That's a very specific piece of phrasing that was very intentionally chosen. So, what Uma said, it was Dead Greg's first raid, so he might have just not known how to navigate it after it went through. That's fair, and that is also totally reasonable. I hit the follow button and I'm looking forward to like checking it out because that's interesting. Making like recipes from deceased folks is a fascinating concept. I mean, like, you know, there's a lot of people who are deceased who still have recipes out there, but like a specific sort of non-cookbook publisher type of person like Julia Childs is no longer with us, but like people make her recipes all the time. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. I have a stream scheduled for Thursday. Super. I might catch the beginning of it. I'm also going to stream on Thursday, but I'm not going to start streaming until a little later because I have some stuff going on during the day. I'm not starting until I think stream on Thursday is scheduled to start at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Whisking the water with the sugar and yeast in a large stainless steel bowl. Okay, so let's get the water in here and the yeast. Active dry yeast. It says about half a teaspoon. So we're making a double of this because this one says it makes 2 pizza balls. I usually, when I make pizza, I prefer to make 4 because I like to have a variety of toppings, and also leftover pizza is fine. So we're going to do about a teaspoon of active dry yeast, which is about that much. Yeah. A tablespoon of olive oil. Wait, no, I want to put the yeast, the water, and the sugar. Okay, so how much sugar? 2 teaspoons of sugar. So 4 total teaspoons of sugar. Yeah, I might be able to catch some of it. Well, I can always catch the VOD. I'm assuming that their VODs are saved as well. Hopefully. 2 teaspoons, so 4 total. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have the yeast and the sugar. I can put the sugar away. Can I put the sugar away? Yes, I can put the sugar away now. So let's put the sugar away. I can also put the yeast away, in fact. But the yeast is not going to the baking cabinet because it goes in the refrigerator. Okay, let's put this away. Thought I might need more than 1 packet, and I don't. And then 355 times 2 is 600, 710? 710 grams of cool water. Wait, that's 3 cups. Let's get this right out of this. About 3 cups. So it gives the volumes in measurement too. So 1.5 cups of cold water. But then like it gives you the actual gram weight too. So if y'all have been here for any amount of time, you know that I'm gonna do the grams where I can. So wait, that was 710 grams of cool water. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 80, 90, 700, and 11. 711 grams. That's fine. That'll work. Okay, whisking this together. So we're whisking together water, sugar, and yeast. And then we're going to mix in the olive oil. Stay. Okay, how much olive oil? 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Now this one doesn't have weight to it, which is fine, I suppose. I'm gonna write a weight though, because I feel like a tablespoon of olive oil is a pretty specific weight. 14 grams. So basically the same as a tablespoon of water. Because a tablespoon of water is 15 grams. So that tracks. All right, checking, we're doubling this recipe. 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Perfect. Okay. We did it. Carol on YouTube, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Carol, I added, specifically for YouTube folks, I added the chat overlay to the vertical stream. I'm not sure if you're watching on, vertical or horizontal. And I could actually determine that very easily. Not very easily, but I could actually figure that out. I could figure that out. You are watching on the horizontal stream. Okay, so the chat has actually been there the whole time for you. Never mind. I was going to say the vertical stream on YouTube now has an actual chat overlay on it, which is great. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see. And now we mix in the flour and everything else is, and then the salt comes later. The salt, let's measure out the salt so that we're good to add this later. How much salt? A tablespoon plus 1/2 teaspoon. So 2 tablespoons plus 1 teaspoon of salt. Okay, so this is a tablespoon. It's a good amount of salt. 2 tablespoons and 1 teaspoon. Yes, okay. Because that, and now that is doubled. This is our doubled amount of salt. And now this sea salt can go away because we don't need that anymore. Beautiful. All right, let's set this to the side because we don't need this for about 30 minutes or so. We're going to put this, no, I'm going to do, we're going to measure the flour into here first, and then we're going to put this on the mixer and use the dough hook on it, which is here. Kyle on YouTube, I'm glad that you enjoy hanging out. I'm glad that you're getting something out of it. And even if folks who are hanging out are not getting anything out of the cooking aspect of the stream, I appreciate you hanging out for whatever reason it is that you've chosen to be here. So we need 1,000 grams of flour. I'm using 00 flour, so like fine flour, as opposed to all-purpose. You can use all-purpose, but this is 00. There's actually a recipe for pizza dough on the side of this. And we're doubling, so 500 times 2 is 1,000. So 1,000 grams of flour, which is a pretty decent amount of flour. It might be this whole bag. 6, 7, 8, 9. It is going to be this whole bag. Is this the? Oh yeah, this is a kilogram bag. As I understand it, 1 kilogram means 1,000 grams. 7, 8, 9, 993. Let's take some of this flour from out of here. 6, 97, 98, 98, 99, 1,000. There we go. 1,000 grams of flour. And we're going to put this in here. And we're going to turn it on. We're going to lock it. And then it says on low for about 5 minutes. Yes? Until everything is just incorporated. After everything is mixed and there aren't any dry parts, scrape the remaining dough down the sides. Okay, so it says about 5 minutes. So let's actually start a timer. Since I don't think I've ever used the stand mixer for pizza dough before, I'm just going to set a count up timer and we're going to go. All right, it's mixing. So this is good. Here we've got, I'm just going to zoom this in on the mixer here so we can see sort of the progression of dough. And I am just keeping an eye on this. I have this on stir, so I don't even have this. This is the lowest this mixer will go. Is this this speed right here? There we go. All right. We got a ball going. This is good. We're at 1 minute of time. Okay. We're getting the stuff off the sides now. It's like starting to pick everything up and kind of make when I say pick everything up, I mean it's those like little wet spots on the sides, and it's sort of picking those up as it goes. At about 2.5 minutes, I'm going to stop and scrape this. I think. Maybe I won't. I can't. I mean, it's looking pretty good. There's nothing. There's no dry spots on the bottom. There's no. Very little sticking to the outside. It does look like everything is incorporated. So I'm a little bit, I'm not hesitant here, but like this is the point where I would have stopped stirring it if I was doing this in the bowl by hand. It says to do this for 5 minutes. But it says 5 minutes, but then it also says until everything is just incorporated. which to me means if I was writing this recipe, the just incorporated part would be more important than the time. So I think, let's see, I'm at 3 minutes. I think I am going to let this go for the 5-minute timer because we're experimenting. This is a new process. I haven't done it this way before. I'm aware that like this is how it's done. When people are making pizza dough, like commercially, it's in a big thing. It says about 5 minutes. So maybe let's just do 4. Which is about another 20 seconds. Because this looks good sort of as it is. Okay, this is 4 minutes now, so I think I feel good. I feel good about where this is. In terms of like the mixture, the overall, like, is everything incorporated? Yeah, it definitely is. Okay. So let's get this off of the hook. Oh yeah. That smells amazing. Smells like yeast. God. It smells like a pizza shop. This is like what every little hometown pizzeria smells like right here. All right, so that looks good. Got my dough hook scraped off. Let's get that over to the sink. And we're going to scrape the sides of this bowl. We're not putting the salt in here yet. We're just getting, this is just the dough. So I'm scraping the bowl so that nothing's sticking to the side. And then we're going to cover this. It says, cover the bowl with a plastic wrap or a damp kitchen towel. I'm going to opt for the damp kitchen towel because I already put the plastic wrap away. I know, it is. The smell when you like go into like a pizza place and like some small, you know, some like independent pizza place, it just it like smells like yeast. Like that is 100% what this smell is right now, and it's great. And it's great. I kind of love it. All right, so this is scraped down. We're gonna let this sit now for 30 minutes. I'm gonna set a timer because I don't want this to go too far beyond that time. But I also don't need it. Like I don't need to get it. It doesn't need to be 30 minutes. It can be a little longer than that. So I just want to make sure that I don't forget about it. That's really what we're working with here, you know, is right. I don't want to leave it in that bowl for 3 hours either. So let's get a little balance of things here, but let's cover it first. Towel. I actually have here we go. This is the towel I want to use. Okay, so I don't need to do this does not need to go in the refrigerator. This just sits like 30 minutes, just sits. So we're letting it develop a gluten structure right now before we add the salt. So the next aspect of the dough is just adding the salt, kneading that in, and then that's it. Then it goes into a container, and then we'll we'll put it into a separate plastic container. I'm not going to put that bowl in the fridge. We'll put it into like a piece of Tupperware or something like that. Okay, let's put the stand mixer away now because I don't need that anymore. And then that spatula we'll just leave with that. Just so. Okay, so pizza dough is in progress. At 30 minutes, we knead the salt into the dough using wet hands. Cover the bowl, put it in the fridge. Colder temperature results in slower, longer fermentation, which in turn results in better flavor. Okay, so we'll get to that. We'll get to that again in a moment. We'll get to that again in a little over 30 minutes, probably. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Good to have you. Darlene, I made some updates to the YouTube stream that you may be interested in because you're watching vertically. The chat now has an overlay. So if you're watching when there are multiple cameras, you can see the chat is like down here. It's when there's multiple cameras, the chat will, or it's either down here or up here, depending on which camera you're looking at. When we have one camera going on the vertical stream, the chat's going to be like down here, but it's going to go away. So it actually will, if you minimize the YouTube chat, it will show up where the YouTube chat actually is. Anyway, welcome in. And if you're watching on Twitch and you're like, what is he talking about? There is a link to YouTube in chat. Please feel free to go check it out. We do multi-streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. And I'm always trying to improve the quality, the viewer quality of all of the streams. I also figured out recently, I think I know what we're doing for incentivizing lurkers. I was going back and forth between whether or not we wanted to do like tie that to the lurk command. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think what I'm going to do is just base it on watch time because that's easy to track and to like manage. And then I think once a month, I'm going to have some sort of like channel point reward or basically I'm going to have some mechanism that if you're a lurker, you can be like, count my watch time this month, and I will. Anyway, we'll talk about that a little later. Pie crust is, I didn't hit start on my pizza dough timer. It's just still at 30 minutes. Great. Pie crust is resting. Pizza dough is resting. Quiche prep is next. So I think what we're going to do is the first thing I want to do for quiche prep is cook some chicken. Because the chicken is going to go in the quiche. So I want the chicken to be not only cooked, but also cooled down before making the quiche. So let's get that together. I am going to do chicken with like some basic herbs, basic like seasoning on it. The quiche itself is going to have chicken and cheese. I have a bunch of different cheeses. I have the two that were left over from last week. The two like melty cheeses that were left over from last week. I also got a spicy jalapeno cayenne cheddar cheese that I'm going to use a little bit of that. We're going to put peas in it in addition to some fresh herbs. So it's going to be a nice like flavor. I don't think that the jalapeno cayenne cheese is like it's not going to add a ton of heat to it. It will add a little bit, but I don't want to go. I was thinking like, do I want the chicken to be super spicy too? I don't. I think I just want the chicken to be a little bit. I do want there to be a little bit of heat on the chicken. So we might put a little bit of either cayenne pepper, or I was thinking like chili powder might be nice. Regardless, let's get the chicken out. I'm just gonna put it in a little baking dish. I think I've got like 4 chicken thighs in there. So it's really not all that much. It's like just enough. So we're gonna season this directly in this baking dish. And then we'll kind of mix it around and pop it into the oven. The oven's at 425 right now, so that I can pre-cook my quiche crust. But these are chicken thighs, and so they will be fine cooking in the oven at that temperature. Because they're chicken thighs, and you could probably cook them for an hour at 500 degrees and they'd still be fine. Okay, let's get a glove out here. Let's see what kind of seasonings I want on this. A little bit of paprika, I think. Smoked paprika, garlic powder, onion powder, and then what is this here? This is chili powder, and there's only like a little bit left, so we'll use that. Also, what do we got back here? This is cayenne pepper. Cayenne is fine. We'll do like a little bit of cayenne on there too. Maybe we'll do a little bit of cayenne, a little bit of chili, and a little bit of Aleppo. And we'll just do like a 3, call it like 3 pepper chicken. But not like a ton of each, just a little taste. What is this one? This one smells like garlic. Yeah, that's garlic. Okay. So we're gonna mix, again, just gonna mix all of this together in the same pan. So I'm just gonna pop all of my dried herbs on here. So garlic and onion. I'm gonna use the rest of this chili powder because there's only like a little bit. And then Aleppo. Aleppo is not really, there's not a lot of heat to Aleppo, it's mostly flavor. And then a little bit of cayenne, again, not a ton, because we have a little spicy cheese, but I want a little bit of heat. And then paprika to just kind of balance everything out. So I don't know how much of anything I'm really putting on here. It's all just sort of like the tip of this teaspoon. So it's less than a teaspoon total of each of these. Less than a teaspoon, more than a quarter teaspoon, somewhere in the middle there. No measurements because I'm just cooking for myself, so I don't need to keep track of the precise volumes of anything. And then the chili powder needs to go back there because it's going to need to get refilled. Okay, a little bit of just regular black pepper. And I need to refill this jar, so let's keep that in mind for today. Before I get into another recipe, I should get some more pepper together. Did some salt, a little bit of olive oil here, and then we'll mix all of this up by hand. And pop this in the oven, and then as this cooks, we'll get the quiche crust formed and started. We'll put those in the pan and par bake them. These chicken thighs are probably going to take like 20-30 minutes or so to cook because that's what they usually take. And then they might be finished by the time I get the quiche crust in the oven, and if they're not, that's okay too, because we're just par baking the quiche crust. It's not a big, we're not actually baking the quiche just yet. So at this point, I don't mind kind of opening and closing the oven more than a few times. Okay, chicken is good to go. I'm gonna pop this in the oven. I am gonna set a timer for it just so I don't forget about it. It's pretty dense in there. So let's set a 25-minute timer. When I say dense, I mean that there's a lot of chicken in the dish and it's like packed together. So we have that ready to go. All right. I mentioned the pepper a few moments ago. I want to get a little. I want to get some of this. I want to refill my pepper container. That's what I want to do. So let's take a pause here for a second while I'm in between a couple things, while I have like a moment, and get out some pepper here. This is the overflow box for all of the spices and herbs and stuff that I have that's like, you know, larger volume. My refill bags, like this is just smoked paprika, you know, here's more cardamom for when I need it. Red pepper. But we have a bag of mixed peppercorns. I'm gonna see if I have, I feel like I also have a smaller container of just black peppercorns in here that I might want to use up first. So let's just take a pause and see if that is accurate. It is. Okay, I knew it. All right, so the spice cabinet, I think we cleaned out the spice cabinet maybe a year ago on stream, and I think it's due for a refresher. 9, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Okay, so we're gonna put some pepper in this little hopper here. So I'm combining the rest of that black pepper, and then I'm actually, you know what? I'm gonna save some space in my cabinet and just leave this in the bag because it is fine to sit in this box. Hey, Velos, that's awesome. Waybread, former. I say former as you're telling me that he's trying to get his stream back up and going. That's awesome. I really I'm glad to thank you. One, thank you for sharing that, and two, I'm glad to hear that because it's I think his was a very chill environment, a very like good stream. He's also like very educational, and I appreciated sort of all the aspects of that. I think there was a good previously, and I imagine this will be true again. There was a good overlap of like community there too. So yeah, totally. And Velas, I know I'm aware that you're aware of sort of all the etiquette of that, and I think what do we, we always say, read the room. Totally fine. Totally fine. It's nice to hear. That's like good news. You know what I mean? That is very good news to hear. The difference is if someone's like, hey, so and so is live right now, and you're like, okay, they're usually live on Tuesday. Like, that's cool. What's your point? But like, I haven't seen Waybread in a while. That's awesome. Hold on. Is that? No. How do I even do this? Is that the right? Did I do that correctly? Is that the right person? Yeah. Is that the right person? Okay, cool. Yes, good. It is. I just checked. So if you're like, who are you even talking about? There's a shout out to Waybread in chat, who is a lovely food and drink streamer and is currently live. And if you want to go click over and follow, that would probably be a good idea. All right, so we're gonna get. Speaking of good ideas, we're gonna get this pepper ground up. This is a new new to me pepper mill. So I have this one, which is just like seasoning food in the pan, like eggs or smaller stuff. Previously, I'd been using this hand grinder to do like bulk grinding with, which didn't really work out all that well. This is a bit of a different approach. This one is a like a kind of a quick grinder, and I'll show you sort of how this works here. So we have a hopper where you put any like dried herbs or spices or whatever you want to grind goes in there, and then you put the little piece on top. You select what size grind you want. You can't really see this because it's, you know, because it's very small, and the same color as everything else on the device. But you select what size grind you want, and then you flip it upside down, and the things from the hopper feed into the grinder, and it can either grind like this, so you can grind like little bits, like just a little, like I just need a little seasoning on top of this thing, right? Just like a couple bits. Or you can grind, like you can open it way up and grind like a ton, and there's a spring on it, which is kind of nice because it helps. But you can grind like a ton of pepper or a ton of things very quickly like this. And when I went to the kitchen store, I was looking for a grinder. I wasn't looking for a grinder, I was looking for something else. But when I was there, I was like, oh yeah, I remember I wanted to get one of those, an electric one. And I was going to buy a coffee grinder, like one of the little press top coffee grinders. And the person at the store was like, don't do that. That's not for grinding herbs. Well, I purchased it, and then they were like, well, what are you using it for? And I said for grinding, you know, grinding pepper and grinding kind of dried herbs and spices. And the person was like, don't use it for that. He was like, return this, and let's get you like something that's better for what you want. So I ended up with this thing, which is great because grinding this much pepper in this grinder would take a very long time. And this thing was far less expensive than the larger electric grinders that are meant for spices. So this is sort of a best of both option, where I'm not using a coffee grinder, which is not the right tool for this, and I'm also not having to lug out a giant sort of thing that I have to plug in and fiddle with the settings on. I definitely prefer this because what I'm doing mostly with this thing is exactly what I'm doing right now, which is grinding pepper. And buying pepper in bulk like that is definitely the move. So you can see this hopper's almost empty now. It was pretty full when I started. I mean, this was what, maybe 3 minutes worth of time? Maybe 4. I don't know, I wasn't keeping track. I do have a timer next to me, I could have looked. But this is finished now. Finished. And I'm gonna transfer this twice because I wanted to grind it into this little bowl that has corners to it so that I can pour it into my container. But then I realized that pouring it into that, or grinding it into that bowl, would be difficult because I'd have to keep it in one spot. I kind of want to need to move around a little bit. So anyway, I'm going to put all this into this little pepper container now. And this will last, I don't know, a couple weeks. It's probably too much, actually. Nope, that's the perfect amount. Yay. Good. So now I have like fresh ground black pepper, and now I can move on. Fantastic. All right. Let's see. Oven is on, chicken is in. Pizza dough is resting right here. That's just going to stay resting there. Pie dough is what I want to focus on next. Because we're at the point where I want to roll the pie dough and roll it and par bake it. I have to remember to score the pie dough, which is something that I've absolutely forgotten to do in the past. So I'm getting a fork out in the hopes that I actually remember to do that. Okay, so with the dough, we're going to put the dough into pie pans. Let's pre-butter these pans. So we're going to butter two different things in order to bake this. One, we're going to butter the pan so that the dough doesn't stick ultimately in the final bake. And then we're also going to butter a piece of aluminum foil that's going to go inside the pie shell, but on not during the baking. This is for the par baking. Because when we par bake, we put a piece of aluminum inside the dough and kind of pat it down, and then fill that aluminum with solid material. And once again, I'm par baking a pie dough and saying, I wish that I had separated out a giant like container of pennies, because I don't have pie weights. So I always end up using rice or beans for my pie weights. And I would prefer to just have like a container of pennies. And I literally forget to do that I don't remember until the next time I'm doing this exact thing. And then I don't want to sort out like pennies. You know what we're going to do? I'm going to write that down. Because Wednesday, tomorrow, is a bit of a like projects type of stream, and that might be something I could just do. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see if I get there, but at least I have it written down now. We're one step closer to having it, to actually doing it. All right, we'll wash my hands so that I don't have I can butter these pans in foil. And then we're going to roll out the dough. I'm going to take a look at this chicken real quick. I know that it's not done, but I just want to see if it's how it's going. Yeah, okay. It's hot. It's bubbling. The oil on the bottom is definitely bubbling. So we're good. We're moving along. Chicken is moving along. Okay, I've got my my little butter in paper here. I'm gonna butter the pans, and then we'll butter the foil so they're prepped and ready, and then we will get the dough out of the fridge. So these are going to be slightly smaller quiches than the ones that I usually make, because these pie pans are smaller than the glass ones that I have. So I may end up making like a small one. Depending. I think I want to try to not have a ton of, I don't want to over make the filling here, I think is what I'm trying to say. What I do want to do is if I before I roll the extra dough into like a flat pastry with like sugar and butter, I want to no, we'll see. I guess what I'm thinking is like I want to maybe make like a smaller pie pan with like a little mini quiche, but I think we're just going to go with it. And if I have leftover fillings, I might just mix them into like scrambled eggs for breakfast for Calvin, because that would be fine too. Because they're all going to go, it's all egg related. What is a quiche if not a scrambled egg baked into a pie? So it should be fine. That's awesome. Good to hear. I just popped in just for a second to make sure that I was giving a shout out to the right person. I saw he was in what looked like a commercial kitchen, which is a little different, which is super cool. But we're doing home kitchen stuff today. Caretaker says, the wife and I have discovered another British comedy show, The Gone Wrong Show. It follows a group that do plays, but everything goes wrong. That's just the describing the premise sounds very British. It does. Does anyone else watch like British TV? Those types of shows? I feel like there was a heyday for those being like popular in the US, and it wasn't like Monty Python era either. It was like, I don't know, a little after. Although there's shows now that are like that, but I feel like all the popular shows that are British now are dramas, maybe, and I'm just probably totally off base because I don't really know what I'm talking about, honestly. But I feel like I haven't heard of like a contemporary British comedy that was like popular. Okay, and we have the aluminum, two sets of aluminum are ready to go. We have the foil for the to do the filling, not the filling, the par baking, and then the pans that I'm going to put the actual dough to shape in. So let's get the dough out of the fridge. I want to par bake these before I do anything with the pizza dough. Pizza dough can just sit for a little bit longer. Should be fine. Pizza dough actually has 6 minutes left on it. 6 minutes to being 30 minutes. So tart pans or quiche pans work for individual portions. You know, I was thinking, Caretaker, I have these are the largest pie pans I have. These are like the ones that when I buy the pre-made pie shells, this is what they come in. And I just save them because why throw them out, right? They're free. But I have smaller ones, and I was thinking, like, part of my calculation here was like, maybe I'll just do like a couple smaller ones too. But I think, like I said, I think I'm just going to move forward with these as they are and not worry about like the sizing, because I'm not making the filling right now. I'm doing all the par baking, and if I wanted to like do that, I would need to have them par baked and sort of ready to go, and I'd rather not go through the effort to do that. I would rather just, if I have extra filling, I would rather just save it and make like an omelet out of it tomorrow or Thursday or Friday or literally any day this week. Okay. We have this is our dough, though, our pie dough. So come on over and we'll roll out this pie dough. We're using the sort of tapered roller because it makes it easier to roll circles. And I'm going to roll this out into, yeah, little maybe to the 9-inch side here or so. This is, like I said, there's going to be a little leftover dough, and that'll be okay. My plan for that is to just put it on a sheet pan. We'll melt some butter and put that on there, and then we'll do a little cinnamon and sugar on top and make like a little pastry situation. Deep Sound, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Catastrophe says, can you explain soupy toast? Yes, I can. It's basically a piece of like good bread. It is kind of like SOS in a way. So it's basically like good bread that you toast in the oven with olive oil. So you sort of bake it with a bunch of oil and it gets really crispy. And then for this version, it's like a stew, a bean, kale, tomato stew that goes on top of it. And then you cover that with cheese and bake it again. And that gets, the cheese is melty and it kind of holds everything in. And then the toast itself is crispy. So it's like a really thick stew on top of toast. But because the bread is toasted like pretty well, it doesn't get really wet. It just sort of melts into the top. You know, if you cut the toast like half an inch thick, the top centimeter or so is like saturated and kind of soft and chewy, and then the bottom is still crispy. So it's a good sort of combination of textures. That toasting and sort of stewing method is one I've used for a couple different recipes. If you hit Command Recipes, I think there's actually a toasts section in there. If there's not a toasts section, it would be under mains or dinners. It is yummy though. It's one of the things that I made for a while and then actually finally like wrote a recipe for. Kathy, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. All right, this should be just about good here. All right, I'm gonna give this just a little dusting of flour. And take that and put this on to, just making sure it's not sticking. There we go. Okay. I'm going to roll this out and we'll pop this right into the pie plate. And oh my God. I know it's you and Calvin, but it's like buzzing up here. It's like, it's very loud because of the way that my phone is sitting. I just have to move my phone. I'm not like, Gwen and Calvin are texting each other and my phone keeps buzzing. Deep Sound, happy birthday in advance. Good day to be born, May 14th. All right, so we're just taking this pie shell and pressing it in. And I'm going to take a knife and we're just going to cut around the bottom of the rim. And then we'll get this actually like shaped into a sort of pie crust looking shape. And this dough that I'm cutting off here is extra pastry dough. That is my timer for my pizza dough. The timer for the chicken in the oven will be popping off here in a moment. So we're gonna just do like a little kind of pinch all around the edge here. Nothing fancy. Just kind of making a little pattern. Going to the corner store, Gwen? Okay. I know. Tell him he needs to eat a cucumber or something when he gets home too. We got all these cucumbers that he asked for that he's not eating that are rotting in the fridge. He literally asked for them at the market. I didn't make this up. He swore up and down that he was not pressured to ask for them. He'll probably tell you he was, but he was not. But some sort of fruit or cucumber or something. He has cut up mango in there. Just before he digs into a giant bag of chips. in addition to the giant bag of chips. All right, so we're gonna score this now. Okay, second timer is going off. That was for the chicken, which I don't really, not like worrying about the chicken right now because the chicken is just fine. It's chicken thighs. They're not gonna burn. They're not gonna overcook. They're chicken thighs, so you could just cook them forever. Scoring this, and then we're going to roll the second one, and then we're just going to par bake them both at the same time. Or maybe at the same time. I think at the same time. It depends on how many beans I have in there. But scoring, this is just to sort of, as much as possible, prevent puffing from happening, prevent it from like bubbling up in any one spot. We're par baking these because what happens with wet things is that if the pie crust is wet and the ingredients that you're putting inside of it are wet, sometimes it doesn't cook all the way through. So this is our quiche pie crust ready to go. One of two. I'm gonna get the second piece of dough out of the fridge. And just start right in on that. So we have our second piece of dough. This is, again, I'm gonna have extra here. There's always extra dough. If I was sort of better about this, I would save this and just have like a dough round in the freezer that I could thaw when I knew I was gonna make quiche, but I'm not. And I'm probably never gonna get better at that, so it's totally okay. Going to flour my surface. Flour my dough round. I'm going to align this a little better because it annoys me that it's not perfectly squared with the frame. Although, if I'm being honest, neither is the camera, but let's not get into that because then I'll get sidetracked and end up doing things that I don't need to do. Okay, the other thing with these is before you par bake them, it's always good to cool them off a little bit too. So I think if I can find the space for this, I might pop this into the freezer for a moment here so that it starts to actually cool down, which I said I might do that, but I am doing that because I just did. So we're rolling into a circle. Again, these these pie pans that I'm using are a little shallower and a little bit smaller than the glass ones that I usually use for quiche. So we're having, I don't have to roll this out as much as I usually do, which means the crust will be a little thicker, which means I definitely want it to par bake. Because otherwise, what we will end up with is a thick, gooey crust that I then freeze and makes it worse. So the par baking is pretty important for for today's version of quiche. All right, and we're using a tapered roller because it does make it a little easier to get a round rolling. I'm sure there's a better technique to do this than the one that I'm using, but I did not go to culinary school. I've never looked up any video ever or any sort of information or resource on how to use a tapered roller. I've just sort of done it for long enough. So I've got my way of using it, and I'm pretty sure that's not like the way that you're supposed to use it. So, but it works for me, so I'm gonna keep doing it. just the way that I am. All right. But everything's floured. So it's working. Exactly, Wilma. It's the way that works for me. But the other, I guess what I have in mind when I said that is that there's probably a way that makes it easier. That would be nice to know. But it's another one of those things, much like sorting pennies for pie weights, that I only think about when the thing is in front of me. And then I'm just like, well, the hell with it. I'm just going to keep doing it that way because that's the way that we're doing it. You know? So it's a thing that I think about, but then just it goes completely out of my head. And I won't think about it again until this exact thing happens in this kitchen. So that's just how it goes. All right, so we're taking this and we're putting this pie crust in the pan, laying it over, and then we're gonna press it in. Press it in all around the edges. Making sure to press it down into the corners. And around the sides, everything is flat. We're all good. So we're going to take this and cut it underneath of the rim. So I have enough to make a little edge with. There we go. Excellent. All right. Shayna, nice to see you. Oh my God. Sharp Balloons, welcome in. K-pop, hello. Y'all, welcome in. It is lovely to see you. We're making a pie dough right now. I'm going to be on the main camera here in just a moment as we get into this. But we're doing a little pie dough action here. Duckweed, hello. Pie crust looking good. The bot. Okay, so if you're new, there's certain words that trigger the bot in chat because, like me, the bot doesn't understand when someone is flirting and it needs to communicate directly and ask. So don't be offended. Hello, y'all. Welcome in. It's lovely to have you. We are just about to. Let me hold on. You know what? Come on back over here because you can't. Well, hold on. Let's switch to this camera. There we go. Okay, McDougal, welcome in. Welcome. And Pressed by Scratch Pie Dough. It is. It's not always what we do on stream. It's what we do on stream when we need the stream to last a little bit longer. Hashtag content. I made you some content. Do people still use hashtags anymore? I don't even think that's a thing. Anyway, friends who just joined us on the raid, I have one admin note for you, and then I'll introduce myself. The admin note is that follows are silent. So if you are the type of person like me who is just loves to lurk and doesn't necessarily want to be perceived, sparkling perception, hitting the follow button doesn't do anything. It follows the stream, certainly, but there's no alerts or sounds. There's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you and ask you a bunch of questions. So follows are completely silent. I do appreciate them. We're a very lurker-friendly stream. I myself am a big lurker on Twitch. I don't love to chat. I just love to watch. So if you, like me, have that same sort of attitude about Twitch, feel free to just hit the follow button. And if you want to chat, great. And if not, just enjoy your lurk. I will fill the sound. I will fill the gaping silence from chat with the sound of my own voice. I promise you. Friends who were hanging out here. So if you just joined us, 1 second, I'm going to introduce myself. But if you were hanging out here, I really want to encourage you to follow Sharp Balloons. Shayna is, and and partner are Shayna is the on-screen talent. A lovely stream. Sharp Balloons is generally like a literal balloon construction stream. I want to say like balloon animals, but balloon animals is like very dismissive of the actual art that happens on this stream. Very creative construction using balloons of like all manner of things, but also Shayna is Sharp Balloons is a lovely like human and has a really lovely stream. Admin note number 2. My son just arrived home. Usually when that happens, there's a little bit of a like, not distraction time, but like, you know, attention needs to be paid.
I've never had Dunkaroos before.
Look at this snack. Hold on. Look at this.
I've never.
When was the last time anybody who in stream who's over the age of
25.
30, when was the last time you ate one of these? This is a Dunkaroo. This is a retro snack. Yeah, check the expiration. No, these are new. The packaging wasn't like this
30
before.
years ago.
Sarah said 30 years ago. Yeah, same. But anyway, what I was saying was, please go follow Sharp Balloons. Lovely human. Have met in real life. Have her card up on my little like Twitch pin board upstairs, and I appreciate you. Thank you for bringing friends in this direction. Verdict on the Dunkaroos? Dunkaroos are good. Surprising, right? This is my son Calvin. Calvin is home from school. He is having a little snack. We're going to cut up a cucumber for him in just a moment here, put some salt on it, and he's going to have that in addition to his Dunkaroos, and he's going to eat all of the cucumber instead of leaving like 7 slices of cucumber in a container in the room for me to find later. Not that that's ever happened.
It's never happened.
It's never happened, he says. But we're gonna eat all the cucumber today because it's just one cucumber. Anyway, friends who joined us from Shayna's stream, welcome in. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. This is a cooking stream, 85% of the time. The other percent of the time that adds up to 100 is IRL stuff. We're out in the world. We go out and about in the city of Philadelphia where I live. Mostly what we're doing here is vegetable forward family meals. I do meal prep. We do recipe development on stream. We do prepping for camping trips as well. I bake.
Which is coming up.
Yeah, we're going to be doing some camping trip prep, I think, next week. Next week, we're going to be doing cookie club, I think, and camping prep. So like it's a double. But as I mentioned, when y'all came in, we are very lurker friendly. Our folks who do chat, we cover lots of topics. We talk about food. We talk about all sorts of stuff. Just imagine you're like at your friend's house and they're making dinner and you're sitting at the kitchen counter and you are chatting. That's the vibe. So at least that's the vibe as I feel it, because I am usually making dinner and chatting. So I don't know how y'all feel, but like that's kind of, that's how I experience stream. Anyway.
Those were good.
Those are good? They're gone? God damn. Okay. Give me a second here. Shayna, thank you for bringing friends. I appreciate you. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Tuesday. It's great to see you. I hope you have a lovely rest of your week. Till we meet again, as the kids say. The kids don't say till we meet again, but like this is the thing that the kids do. I don't know. They probably do something else now. They probably whatever.
Kids,
Make a heart.
by the way,
Child, make a heart. Don't.
This.
I'm doing this. A
Oh.
heart.
Kids don't do that.
What do kids do? Do they do this again? Are we back to this?
What? No, they just bye.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's roll this.
see you later.
I'm gonna roll this real quick. We're gonna make a little. We're gonna make like a little snack out of this. I just want to roll it out first. Before I cut the cucumber, before I get rid of my pastry mat, which is the very next thing we're doing on stream, I'm going to roll this dough so that I can make a pastry-like thing out of it.
Look at what I
What are we supposed to do, Sarah? We're. Oh my God! You got you got Dunkaroos and
I
chips.
didn't know if I would like the Dunkaroos.
He didn't know if he would like the Dunkaroos, so he had to get chips too.
Yeah.
What? Sarah, the gesture of like how to make a heart, like how to do the like heart thing. Is it like
People are
this or
doing
like this?
this now, but how is this a heart?
I don't know. How is this a heart? Because it's the literal size of the heart in your
not
chest.
this. Like
Oh.
do this.
I don't know.
I don't.
Yeah. Who knows whether those fully processed cookies and their plastic frosting will taste good. I'm saying that derogatory, but it's, hey, cucumbers first.
Yes. Sir.
Cucumbers first. Do not open that until you show me a finished thing.
Yes, sir.
Because it looks like the physical heart. Exactly. That's what I'm
A
saying.
heart probably looks more like
The kids are so literal.
this.
You went to the Franklin Institute. You know what a heart looks like. You saw it real big.
Yeah, it has like the massive like
The thumb and the finger
boobs
heart.
and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is this how you do it?
Unclear.
I don't get it. Don't
You
make
did-
me cut up my own cucumber.
I'm not making you cut up your own cucumber. I'm doing something on the counter before I get a cutting board out. Don't be so wretched.
Wretched?
Yeah, good word, huh?
No.
Yeah. Okay. But we're gonna bake this. I just had a moment of panic because I thought that I put those pie shells in the oven and that they were just in there baking. Nope, it's just the chicken. Okay. This is gonna get baked in a little bit. Not right this moment. Now we're finished with my pastry mat. I'm finished with my roller. I'm finished with the dough scraper. Am I finished with the dough scraper? This isn't a dough scraper. It's a bench scraper. There's a difference. Dough scrapers are rounded. Gonna wash my hands. I'm gonna wipe the counter. We're gonna cut up a cucumber for the child, for a snack, for part of a snack, because like, if you're gonna eat a whole container of Pringles and a thing of Dunkaroos, you might as well eat a single vegetable as well. No. No, I'd greatly prefer that you do not eat. If you eat the whole container now, then after dinner you owe me a snack that is a fruit something. Then you're not going to have a secondary, yet another snack after dinner.
What about another cucumber?
Listen, don't
Cucumber.
don't push it. Don't push it. These are mini cucumbers. Do you want salt on them? Do you want them cut up like this?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm cutting them up like that because I already started.
Yeah.
Okay.
How else would I like them? Oh,
In
like
spears?
this?
Yeah, in spears.
No. I like them like that.
Like this? Okay. Great. Perfect. All right, so let's put these in a little container. It does look like the physical thought. The tip of the thumb and the forefinger held up to resemble a tiny heart. It's a K-pop thing. K-pop Mama 4. K-pop fan. Hold on. I always call you K-pop. K-pop fan. Fan and mom. K-pop Mama 4 is different than K-pop fan. Anyway, thank you. That I trust. I trust K-pop fan mom. Thank you. We've gone over this before. I'm not unaware. I trust that you were correct in
They
your
got mom for.
assertion.
Chicken.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a couple carrots in here.
Carrots.
Oh, the carrots that I asked for too. Oh.
I want salt on my carrots. Make them a separate container.
No, it's fine. Just enjoy them.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Little salt. And a little pepper.
Sure.
Sure or sure
Yeah.
or yes? Okay. Hold up. Bowtie Fly, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Okay. There we go. Do you want anything else on here? A little chili oil, a little hot sauce.
No,
Nope. Good this way?
no.
Okay.
I mean, yes, good that way.
Okay. Enjoy.
Thank you.
All right. Time to par bake some pie crusts. Oh, no. Time to do the pizza dough. Pizza dough first, then we par bake the pie crusts because those are fine to just be in the oven for a little bit. I'm getting a container for the pizza dough because once it's finished, I want it to just sit in the oven. I don't want to have to I don't want to have a big bowl in the oven covered with plastic wrap. I'm just going to put it in a plastic container. In just like a Tupperware container like this. Then we'll get to the pie dough. Let me check the chicken that's actually in there first. Because I was like, it can cook forever, but I do want it to cool down before I use it. And if it's still in the oven when I go to use it, then that won't be any good. We're gonna take its temperature. Chicken is at 100 and 200 degrees. So that's about 40 degrees past what it needs to be. So that is done. Okay. All right, so we're just going to take this out, put it on the stove, and that's good to go. Oven can stay at 425 because that's where it needs to be to preheat, not preheat, to par cook the pie shells. Cal, do you have your uniform available?
Yeah, it's in my closet.
Okay. Has it been 4 years? It has. Yes, which is kind of wild, isn't it? Genuinely. It has been. Yeah. And almost. Be 4 years. May 12th is the actual stream anniversary. But May 12th is we're gonna do a live on the 13th instead. Okay, so this is pizza dough. This has been in the just sitting out on the counter. It's been a little more than 30 minutes. But what we're doing with this is adding salt to it. All that's in here right now is flour, sugar, water, yeast, and olive oil, and adding salt, and then kind of folding it in and kneading it on itself until it's not grainy anymore. And then we're going to put it in this container. Tomorrow we'll shape it into pizza dough balls. And then on Thursday we'll bake them. So this is basically like a 48-hour rest for this dough. Let me get two things here. I'm going to wash my hands again. Because I'm going to do this with my hands. And then I'm going to get a little container of water so that I've got a wet hands, because this is easier. It is easier with wet hands. It says so in the directions, and it is true. So we're gonna follow the instructions. Okay, my hands are wet currently, so we're just gonna get started. I've got my salt here. Let's go back to the overhead camera. And this is yeah, this is the dough in the bowl. And it's going to take a spatula and sort of scrape it off the edge here. So at this point, this is, there's no salt in here. Just going to scrape this out for now. Onto a wooden cutting board. In the past, I've used a different bowl for this and just done this in the bowl, but at the moment, I take this and put this in. All right, so this bowl is finished. We have salt. So I have 2 tablespoons plus 1 teaspoon of salt. So I'm just going to kind of start incorporating this, fold it, little bit of salt here, fold it in, fold it over. And it really is quite a bit easier with wet hands. It doesn't stick as much. I mentioned a moment ago that I was finished with my bench scraper, but that is not true because this is sticky. Hold on. I need to get that bench scraper back. Because I said that I was done with it, and I am not. Because I still need to scrape. It's good for this purpose, which is just folding the dough onto itself and adding salt little by little. I'm on the outside. I hope things are good. Thanks for coming through, K-pop. I appreciate you. Good to see you. Go sit with your very frightened dogs. Oh no. Do your dogs get in the... You said you have to go. Go ahead. Enjoy. Thank you for saying hi. Our dog is deaf enough now that she can't hear when it's thundering out, which is actually kind of nice. Previously, when we had like storms like that, she would go hide in the bathtub, which was kind of funny, and be storming and be like, "Where's Daisy?" And she's just like hanging out in the bathtub. Oh, am I getting a little camera lag here? Duckweed, it is not my timer currently. I don't have any timers going off at the moment. All right. Just kind of keeping on adding moisture to this, or keeping my hands wet, because otherwise this is very sticky dough. So I'm folding it over on itself, just doing this. I'm adding the salt like little by little here, and I just kind of keep folding it and kneading it, folding it, kneading it. Gonna eventually just put all of this directly into that container, and it's gonna rest. So this is 4 pizzas worth of dough. I am making, Thursday we're going to do 4 different types of pizza. I think I know what we're doing. I'm sort of finalizing the actual menu. Bowtie fly. Yeah, exactly. Well, we're doing this dough today, and then we're going to rest it overnight and shape it tomorrow. So by the end of the day tomorrow, we'll have dough that is in ball form in 4 separate containers that are ready, basically ready to go. We're going to rest those overnight, and then on Thursday, we'll stream and get them out early in the stream, and they will proof on the counter. And then they'll be ready to go. You can do them. This recipe is a 24-hour rest recipe. So there's you can make them and then just do it overnight. I love doing the 48-hour version. because I feel like it's a lot more like sour. But this is incorporated. We're ready. It takes 8 hours to pour milk in a bowl of cereal. Yes. Well, that's kind of that is a skill. I like to think of the ability to sort of do the thing slowly as, you know, it's just part of being able to have a stream. Darlene on YouTube. Hello. Welcome. Okay, this is ready to go. So we're going to put this into this container. My dough is, all the salt is incorporated now. I'm not feeling any pockets of, I'm just kind of giving it a couple more folds. What I'm feeling for now is any graininess here. The salt should be sort of absorbed and not, the dough should feel wet. It should not feel like there's salt on it. So that's the goal. So I'm just kind of folding it over and over and over and making sure that that is true. And it feels pretty true. Every time I say that, I feel like a little bit. So I think this is good. We're going to take this and plop it into this container here. And now we have basically four pizza crusts worth of dough in a container. And this is going to go in the fridge in just a moment. Let me get my hands washed here. And then we'll be back on screen. Yeah, bakery. This is a pizza dough recipe I've done lots and lots and lots of times. And I feel like every time I make it, I get just a very little bit better at it. It's the type of thing where like the first couple times I made this dough, it was quite literally not that good. Like it just didn't turn out very well. And I think I'm a lot more conscious of sort of the nuance of it at this point, which is nice, I suppose. Like that's kind of, you know, practice makes perfect. Well, yes. So this is what the dough looks like in its current state. It's really quite moist and very sticky. It's a little stretchy. It's definitely stretchy, like it started to develop. We're going to put this in the fridge just as it is in its giant singular ball form. And tomorrow we'll get this separated out. So that process is different than the one that we just did. So they're all, the making the dough aspect is a different sort of discipline than the shaping, which is different than the stretching, and they all take their own sort of unique little bit of practice. You can make a good dough, that doesn't mean that you can also shape it or stretch it. So little by little, I'm getting better at sort of each of those aspects of the process. Okay, so now we have an empty oven, no chicken. I have two pie crusts that are shaped, that are in the freezer right now. They are most definitely just frozen at this point, which is good. And that's totally okay. I'm going to get them out, and then we're going to do a par bake of those. So before I get those out, let's get out what I'm going to put on the inside of those. And I say the inside, I mean pie weight or weight type of situation. I've got beans, different beans. I have beans and I have rice. I think we'll use rice because this is a lot. It's like a big thing of rice. And then beans, I have a big thing of beans. So we'll do one of each. Sure, why not? All right, let's get these pie crusts. Well, glad that was frozen because that just fell out of the freezer on me. Let me make sure. So I have a buttered piece of foil here. Taking this and just pressing it in all around the edge. I'm also going to cover the top of the crust where it is folded in in a nice little, it's not really a nice little pattern where it's just folded over. And then we're going to take this and instead of using pie weights, we're going to fill this with dried red beans because that's what I have available. And that is kind of perfect right there. So we'll take that and then we'll do the next one with this rice. Darlene says on YouTube, says the pizza dough kind of looks like slime. It does. It very much looks like slime. It actually feels like it too. It's that same sort of consistency. When it rests, it absorbs all of that. It absorbs all of that liquid that I just put into it, and it gets really nice. Although when I shape it, I'll use a lot of flour to make sure that it kind of dries out even further. Okay, let me look at let me just make sure, because there's a heat the oven, butter on one side, wait with a pile of beans or rice, bake for 12 minutes. 12 minutes, reduce the temperature to 350, bake for another 10. Okay, so we're going to do 2 timers here, 12, 10, and then I'm also going to set one for 23 minutes because that accounts for the minute or so that it's going to take me to take these out of the oven, to get them emptied of their weight, and then back in the oven. So I've got beans on one, rice on another. These are just going to go right in the oven here. I'm going to put these directly on the oven rack. And, okay, directly on the oven rack. And start. Okay, timers are going. Then we 350 for about 10 minutes. Cool in a wire rack before filling, or cool, fill, and finish baking. Okay, so basically we're gonna do, when these come out, we'll take the rice and beans out of them, we'll put them back in, we'll give them another 10-ish minutes, and then we'll do then we'll take them out. They will be cool enough at the end of that time. I don't need to consider how much time they need to cool. That's fine. We're going to start making our filling for these quiches now. So when the rice comes out, I'll need a place to put that. It's not a plastic bag. Those beans, I am just going to put in a bowl as well. I want them to go back in the plastic container because they will get steamy, and that won't be good for them. So we're gonna wait and put them in. A bowl here. So a little bit more spread out, and they cool off a little quicker. Okay, I need to clean up my counter just a touch because it's getting a little bit overwhelming. I'm gonna melt some butter and cinnamon. We're gonna melt some butter to put on top of here, and then we'll do like a cinnamon sugar sprinkle. So I'm just gonna melt whatever this is, however much this is. Some tablespoons of butter. we're just gonna melt these in the microwave and butter this. Actually, I'm not gonna melt all of that. We'll do that much. And if I need more, then I'll melt the rest of it. Let's melt this. We have cinnamon and sugar. I'm going to grab from over here. So I'm just using, this is basically just the rest of the pie dough that is for a snack. There's no, this is not like a recipe of any kind. We're not doing anything nice with this. Let's put a little of the sparkly sugar on here. That would be nice, right? A little sparkly sugar. I'm just going to mix up some cinnamon and sugar in this bowl with a little fork or a spoon. That's what's available. Do y'all want to see another cat? We have another cat up here. There's a cat we haven't seen on stream today who's hanging out. He's about to make, oh, here he is. If you're on the horizontal stream, you can see him. Let's grab him. We have a cat. This is Ash. Ash is one of the cats that lives in the house full time. He's no longer a foster. He is a full-time cat. Ash is now in the lead. Oh, there he is. Yeah, Ash, look at all your emotes. He doesn't care. He doesn't know what an emote is. He doesn't understand anything except for kisses and food. But Ash is now he's in good graces because he's figured out how to use the litter box, and he uses it consistently. It took him a long time. It took him about 10 months, maybe 11 months to figure out how to use the litter box and not poop in the corners. But he is now a full cat. He's in good graces. Yes, yeah. He's a good boy. This is a good cat. He really is. That was very exciting for him because he always tries to, he like reaches up and tries to mess with the camera thing that's up there. And that was very exciting for him to get to look at that very closely like that. He is in fact catting properly. Joe, welcome. Thank you for your resub. I appreciate that subscription. It's nice to see you. I hope you're having a really good Tuesday, a lovely month of April, and a delightful 2026. Okay, bud. Are you finished? You finished? I think he might be. He's usually not, though. Usually when I put him down, he just wants to come right back up. He's purring. He's being very loving right now. Yeah, baby. This is a good boy. Elsie got a close-up. Ash, you didn't get a close-up, did you? No. Let's get you a full zoom. There he is. There he is. This is the baby. This is the baby cat. This is a good boy. Yeah, he is purring. Okay. Baby boy, I'm gonna let you down, okay? He doesn't really want to get there. He doesn't actually want to get down. I think we need one of those like baby slings. If I just had a baby sling, I bet you I could just keep him here during stream just like this and he would stay there for a while. Just like this. He's very comfortable right now. We are going to put you down, though. I know. He just gave me a very distressed look. He doesn't really... He's probably going to sit right near my feet now. That's probably what he's going to do. Yep. Right next to my feet. That's going to be your spot for a little bit, huh? Yeah. This is why the lint roller quite literally lives on the counter. Because I pick the cats up often enough, but I don't love having cat fur all over my front. So, lint roller. Okay, butter is melted. Let's get this time check. Okay, those have about 4 minutes left. So what we're going to do is make sure that I can pop this into the oven when I open it to take those, or when I put the pie crust back in, we'll put this in the oven because this is going to take about 10 minutes or so to bake, which is like what the pie crusts are going to be in there for their second round. So these can all just bake at once, which will be great. And this is just a big piece of pie dough that I'm buttering and putting cinnamon and sugar on. Savory Sailor, hello, welcome. Happy Tuesday. I'm glad I didn't put that whole thing of butter because I definitely don't need it. Because this is pretty saturated now, and I've still got butter on here. It's fine. We'll just add more. Not a problem. Oh no, more butter. How could you? Like this. Watch it happen. All right. Beautiful. And then I'm just going to put cinnamon and sprinkle the little mixture all over the top. We got about 2.5 minutes or so left in the first round for those pie crusts. I'm trying to time everything so that it sort of comes in, you know, I'm trying to open the oven once at this point. So we're going to add cinnamon and sugar. I got a bunch in this bowl. I might need more, but we're just kind of saturating the top of this. Yeah, I'm going to need a little bit more, and that's okay. Cool, cool. I'm just kind of not mixing this with any utensil. I'm just kind of tossing it together until it looks incorporated. There we go. Should have added some nutmeg to this. Still could just put it right on top. Wouldn't be hard to do, but the nutmeg's all the way over there, so I don't think I'm going to. I'm just going to use what I have over here for right now. This is fine. This is fine. I'm going to do one more little round of that. Get the... Basically, there's parts of this that look wet and parts of it that look dry. And so now I'm going to mix this with a spoon because I'm finished. This will be the last bit. I don't need to dump this. I don't need to worry about cinnamon getting in the sugar anymore. So I got some, what looks like dry spots on here. I'm just going to get some more dry spots. So this is just a snack. This is literally leftover pie crust. And then I'm going to add a little bit of this sparkling sugar on top. Like basically thick, crunchy sugar. All right. Looks good. Done. 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 Put this back. Oh, Liz, I feel like there will be another cat appearance today. We haven't seen the other cats. We have 3 foster cats now, as of yesterday. Clifford, who we met, and now we have 2 more. There's Neptune and Saturn. What? Saturn and Pluto. Whatever. Whatever. One of them's black and the other one's white. That's, yes. Is this a snack to go with the cucumbers? You know, it's not. This is a snack for me. I said to finish those cucumbers, and I bet they're still sitting up there because he's probably not. He probably hasn't finished them yet. What kind of pizza did you make? Well, I haven't made it yet. We're just making the dough. Bakery, the dough comes from this book. It's the same dough. This book is called Pizza Camp. I've made this dough a bunch. I'm doing 4 different pizzas. I haven't quite settled on the ingredients just yet, or the toppings. I'm thinking one of them is going to be like a basic pepperoni pizza. Stop. Before I do this, I need to get those pie crusts out of the oven because the timer went off, and that's what the timer is for. And I don't want to burn them. So we're going to do one basic. So basic is pepperoni and cheese. Red sauce, mozzarella, pepperoni. Then we're going to do a green garlic. Green garlic is basically just like a green onion, but it's garlic with mushroom and dill. That's going to be a white sauce. So we're going to do 2 white sauce, 2 red sauce. Green garlic, mushroom, and dill is one of the white sauce, and then the other white sauce is going to be corn, sausage, and ramps. We were talking about ramps on stream last week. I found some at the farmer's market, and so we're going to use those, which is fun. So those are the 2 white sauces. The other red sauce one, in addition to the standard pepperoni and mozzarella, is going to be a barbecue chicken with caramelized onion. It was pie. Yes, correct. So these shells are ready to go. This one has a little crack in it, which is fine. I just kind of pushed that back together with my thumb. We're going to drop the oven to 350. And then we're going to pop these back in for 10 minutes, roughly 10 minutes. So we're going to pop those back in. 1, 2. I'm going to put this leftover pie crust in. And my timer is going for 10 minutes now. Perfect. Okay. So here's what we have. We have to clean up the counter a little bit. Once those pie crusts are finished, I say clean up the counter, I really just mean like move things to the back and sort of put some things away, stack some things. There's just like a lot of stuff out here. So I want to kind of migrate a few things. Salt and pepper can just sort of stay back here. I just don't want them in front of me. All right, towels, big pile of dirty towels. Perfect. This can go in the cabinet. These can go behind me. And that should be good. The quiche is next. So prepping the quiche. Now, I've already done the cooking aspect of the quiche prep. So I already have the chicken prepped. That is out of the oven and cool enough that I can touch the pan without worrying about burning myself. I'm going to give the counter a little quick wipe off here because we've had some things on it. All right. That just gets rid of the flour that's been out here. All right. Next is let me review the checklist here. Pie crust. We have rested it, we've rolled it, we've par baked it. Not quite, but we're it's in this last piece of the par bake. Quiche prep. Roast the chicken. We did that. Shred the cheese, cut the herbs, prep the eggs. Super easy. Then we make the quiche. When the quiche is in the oven, we'll start dinner prep. We'll get everything sort of ready for dinner. I'll probably pause and have that little thing that's in the oven right now and like have just a quick break. At some point between putting the quiche in the oven and doing dinner, we're going to also take a break to handle the dishes because there's like a big pile of dishes that are clean that need to be put away. Thank you, Gwen. And then there is a bunch of dishes in the sink. So we need to like cycle through the dishes. Let's start doing this quiche prep though. The ratio for quiche is basically for each individual quiche, you want about 2 cups worth of ingredients. That includes cheese, that includes solids, so all of it. So what we're going to do is take this bowl, we're going to fill up 4 cups worth of ingredients on here. We'll mix them all together and then we'll put them in the pie shells when they come out. So it's a really easy, very straightforward sort of ratio for all of that. I'm going to start with this chicken because I'm just going to cut that up and put that in the container right away. What triggers the bot? Lots of things. Pie, yes. Pie is one. Feet for sure. A lot. Yeah, there's a few. I don't know all of them actually. There's probably 30, 40 different terms. There's also a timeout on it, so it doesn't. It's not going to. So that it doesn't get overwhelming. It only does it every so often. And I'm cutting this up as opposed to just shredding it, so that it mixes in and incorporates a little bit better. You don't like not into feet. That's fine. That's fine. Nobody's going to judge you for being into or not into whatever it is you're into and or not into. At least not here. I can't speak for the rest of the internet. Tread lightly. Sorry, I said tread lightly and you said not into feet. So like, don't take that as a pun. It was whatever. Or do. I don't even know anymore. Whatever, Lou. Cutting this up. This is just spiced chicken. I didn't measure anything. I put a little cayenne, paprika, Aleppo pepper, black pepper, chili powder, some other things. I don't recall everything that's in here, honestly. Okay, that's plenty. That's about 2 cups worth of chicken. So we're going to stop there. Liz, to your point, yes. I'm going to take these extra pieces and just put them in a little container in the fridge. Because those are fine. We'll just use those at a later time. Leftover chicken never really goes to waste here. Just gets put in other things. What is Aleppo pepper? I will show you what Aleppo pepper is. It has like just a little tiny bit of heat to it, but like not really enough where I would say like it has heat. I think that it has like the bare minimum amount of heat. But this is Aleppo pepper. It's about to be on the screen right now. It is on the screen right now. It was that. I was making a joke. Yeah, I don't get jokes, so sorry. I took your question quite literally and explained all that I knew. But it's just a red. It's a red pepper. It has the same consistency as like red, like crushed red pepper, but not. It's not as. It doesn't have the same heat to it. Liz, this is not the same chicken for the barbecue pizza, although it could be. I thought I was going to use all of this. I was planning on making roasted chicken for dinner tomorrow, like a whole roasted chicken, and then using some of the chicken breast from that to just mix in. I'm still going to make the whole roasted chicken, but I might end up using this. We'll see. As I sort of said, the cooked chicken doesn't go to waste. Like that's going to get used at some point in some capacity. Chicken every day, right? Chicken or fish. Pick one. That's usually what protein is. If it's not chicken or fish, it's beans. And that's really the end of it. All right. Pie shells are looking good. I'm going to get out a sheet pan because I'm going to put these on a sheet pan. When I cook them, I'm going to use a sheet pan. I'm going to get that out now because I just want to put them right on the sheet pan for the oven. I have about a minute or so left. I'm going to put some parchment paper on that in case they spill over. I don't want to have to like do too much cleaning of these. I don't want to have to do any scrubbing of these. Don't really, if I clean them, that's fine too. Woman says, I'm guilty of that too, thinking someone's being serious and giving them a full explanation. That is literally my entire life. Like I don't always recognize when people are like joking with me. It's more frequent that I take someone literally or seriously than I recognize like their joke, especially sarcasm. I think like I get sarcasm in sometimes, but like not always. Smells good? Yeah, come over here and show off. Where'd you put the rest of those cucumbers? In the trash? Did you flush them down the toilet? Okay, good. Hey, I want to show you the cucumber cup.
Yeah.
That had carrots in it too. If you were hanging out earlier, this was a full cup of cucumbers and carrots. Empty now. Congratulations. Now he's going to shove an entire can of Pringles. Now he's going to shove an entire can of Pringles in his mouth. Am I coming to TwitchCon? I'm planning on it.
Excuse me, Daddy?
Sorry. I'm planning on it.
Daddy?
Yes.
Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy? Bye.
Yes. I'd love to see you make a burger one day. I would, I don't actually remember the last time I made like a hamburger. I could probably do that. Everybody in this house likes hamburgers. I do. I mean, I do. I just don't eat them very often. It's not a regular menu item for me. I mean, we don't eat a lot of beef. I don't cook a lot of beef at home. I think I should say. I do. When I get a craving for a hamburger, I usually go out somewhere and like eat a burger out. We could do a hamburger at home. It's a good idea. Gwen would like that. I know Calvin would like that. I'm gonna write it down. See, but I would definitely make it complicated and make like fries too, which would take longer than the burger itself. Orma says the worst is when you don't get a joke and then someone gets upset that you didn't get the joke. Yeah. Listen, if I don't get your joke, it's not your fault. But like, don't get upset at me for it. I'm with you. We're gonna poke this a little bit. We have some air bubbles here. This crust. Sorry, I thought Gwen was talking to me. She's on the phone. Okay. She just like, Gwen just started speaking in a very business-like tone, and I thought that I was in trouble. She's just like working, and I was like, she was like, yeah, well, and I was like, oh, what? Triggered. Oh, the corn salad, yes. I love that corn salad. It's almost corn season. We're so close to corn season. I know. I thought about getting a deep fryer, one of those countertop ones. I really did. I still am. I really am thinking about it. The sarcasm, the distance between the one giving the sarcasm and the one receiving the sarcasm. I like that, caretaker. That's a good one. Father's Day deep fryer sale. You know what every dad wants for Father's Day? Fucking tools. Tools and barbecue. And whiskey. And nails. And fucking car wax. I want a manicure and for people to leave me alone. That's what I want for Father's Day. Yeah, and beard oil. Let's not forget the beard oil. Tempura pots. Interesting. I've never actually seen one of those. I don't think I've heard of one of those until this moment. Fitzgerald says, I want tools for Father's Day. Yeah, do not buy me tools. I will not use them because I do not want to. I do not want to be handy. I want to be not handy. I'll hang up picture frames. There we go. That's my desired level of handiness, is hanging picture frames. After that, I'm all set. Okay, so I'm getting cheese out right now. I'm also getting out another beverage because I've been drinking water all day.
Yeah.
Yes, Calvin.
Do you want one of these? Actually,
Do I want?
Probably pretty spicy.
I do not want one right now, but save a couple for me.
Okay.
And when I say save a couple, I mean like don't eat all of that. Okay. Save a couple for everyone. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
No, like actually spicy.
Let's finish getting our quiche stuff together because that needs to go into the oven. Chicken is ready. I'm gonna get our cheese together. I'm just gonna grate the cheese directly into the bowl here. Because why not, right? Because that'll make it easier. Save resub. Thank you for your resub. 15 months. That's a long time. That's more than a year. I'm handsome, not handy. Hey. I mean, that tracks.
Let's face it, I'm cute.
The sound is, I don't know where that sound came from. What was I doing? I was about to wash my hands. Is there a section of the Discord where you share kitchen gear? Yes.
Don't worry.
It's
I know what
the
I'm
kitchen
doing.
gear
I
channel.
have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
There is in fact a channel on Discord called Kitchen Gear, and you can share your kitchen gear there. Liz, I hope your day improves. I really do. I know that you have that type of like exhausting. I know how exhausting that kind of thing can be, and it's. Oof. Good luck. I hope it improves, or I hope it ends soon. There it is. There it is. Yes. There's like a kitchen section on the Discord because it's more just like it's like the bulk of the conversation is kitchen stuff. Recipes, general chat, kitchen gear, photos. There might be another channel. I don't recall. Daisy's around. Daisy's just orbiting currently. She doesn't know what she's up to. She can't figure out where she wants to be or what exactly she wants to do with her day. Okay. I don't know. Whoever Gwen's talking to on the phone is in some trouble. We're not in some trouble. It sounds like someone's in trouble, but who she's talking to is not maybe the person who's actually in trouble, but is handling the trouble. It's what you use for deep frying. Okay. I always use a Dutch oven, and I fill it 2/3 of the way with oil and fry in that. It just takes a while. It's like annoying. I could use a larger pot. I think that the balance for me is if I use a much larger pot, then I'm using a lot more oil. So the balance of it is kind of like, okay, I'll do something in like 4 or 5 batches as opposed to having as opposed to like one big batch or like 10 batches. Okay, shred cheese, herbs. So the quiche has chicken, herbs, cheese. Oh, peas, frozen peas. That's the other thing I wanted to add to this. So let's add some frozen peas to this. Do I have frozen peas? No, we're out of everything else. Interesting. Okay, so this is quite the little setup. All right, we're almost at 4 cups. So I'm gonna throw these peas in here. I'm familiar with the basket deep fryers, the ones that have the you plug them in and they have a little basket countertop. When I say countertop deep fryer, like that's what I'm talking about. Although I don't have a specific one in mind. And I've been considering like what an air fryer would look like, but I also don't want to. I also don't really. That's not the same. I'm a little distracted because Gwen's having a very animated conversation like close by. I don't know if it's coming through on the mic or not, but it's I'm having a hard time like talking at the same time because my brain is trying to listen. So in case that's coming through. Okay, so this is about 4 cups or so. Okay, so I'm actually not going to open this other thing of cheese. I had enough cheese with what was already in there. So I don't need to open this one, which is good because I don't need all that much. And if I opened it, it would be kind of a waste. We'll use a little bit more. I have some Parmesan cheese that I'd shredded. So I'm just going to toss that in there for like a little extra. It really is just like filling in the cracks. It's not anything that's going to take up any extra room. Okay, so I'm just mixing this. Now all of this is just going to get put into the pie shells. I'm also going to cut up some herbs, just like a little bit of dill to go in here. I'm going to cut those up with the herb scissors instead of getting out a cutting board. So, I'm going to cut up some chives. That's actually what I want to cut up because these are almost finished. So let's use those up before we start with the herbs that I bought this week. Now this, the end of this is, there we go. Okay, good. So those will go into the stock bag. Ah, the oil pots. Yeah, the filtering of the oil after deep frying is annoying, but like I don't want to throw it out. I'm only, I only used it for fries. So, Joe, thank you for confirming. It's very clear on my end, and I have a hard time when there's like background just like maintaining a train of thought. So that's what's, if I'm not as responsive in this moment, that is why. A mini air fryer. Can you use an air fryer to make like I make fries, like homemade fries, and do the like that in the deep fryer? That's one of my preferred usages of the thing. Can you do that in an air fryer? This is sort of a generalized question. I've never actually tried to do that. I'm imagining not really, kind of. Okay. I mean, I feel like it would not be the same. Like it just would be not as crispy. I don't know. Yeah, might as well bake your fries, which I do anyway. Like that is the way that I make them if I don't deep fry them. I would not. I don't know what else I would do with them. Baking and frying. How else do you make fries? You fucking put them out on your dashboard on a sheet pan in the sun? Like, no. All right. The herb shears are so funny. Okay. So these are gonna go in the stock bag. Now I had dill and chives in there. We're gonna fill, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fill the pie crusts with those, and then we're gonna crack the eggs and mix them in the sink, because I don't need to dirty another bowl with those. All right. Yeah, good fries are deep fried. I agree. Okay, so this is looking good. Here's what we're going to do also with this. I'm going to put some salt and pepper right in this mixture so that sort of all of the individual ingredients get seasoning on them as opposed to putting it in the eggs. The chicken is salted already. The chicken is definitely seasoned, but everything else is not. Well, the cheese is kind of salty because it's cheese. But we're salting and peppering before adding the eggs. And then I'll put a little salt and pepper in the eggs too. So Baker says, I've had success with air frying fries. The ones I get from the store, the fries meant for stir fry. You're supposed to shake the baking pan halfway through. And I mean, I'm talking about making the potatoes and like soaking them myself and doing the whole thing. Frozen stuff, obviously, I feel like you can definitely put in there. You good?
Was it a test to see how long it would take you to remove this from the windowsill?
No, I just didn't remove it. 4 days though, if we're counting.
So you were.
No, I'm actually just guessing. I just said that to be a dick. Whatever phone call you were just on, and I don't need to know the details, I saw you roll your eyes. When you started speaking, I thought I was in trouble because the tone that you had was so hostile that I was like, oh shit. I know he's an idiot. That's fine.
But whatever.
Okay. Well, it wasn't me. That's good. I need to know the details. We're not going to talk about the details.
It's not even like a bad thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can
Just
you give me a drink?
what do you need? What do you need? What do you want?
I don't know, something.
Do you want a high noon? Do you want a high noon? Do you want a stateside? Do you want a purple, a grape poppy,
A
or an orange?
non-alcoholic.
Do you want a hop water
I want
or?
that purple poppy.
Okay, here you go.
I don't want to give away my
Okay.
empire.
Yeah. It's fine. Yeah, the good airflow. Or just put them in oil. Put them in 375 degree oil. That also works very well. All right, these quiches are going to pop these in the oven. What time is it? 17:12. All right, we're doing great time-wise. We're doing great time-wise because these need to bake for roughly an hour. And by the time these are finished, we will have taken a quick break, played a couple games of Words on stream. I'll have triaged the dishes. We will have cleaned up the counter and probably prepped my dinner, or at least we'll be well on the way to prepping dinner. So this is good. This fit perfectly. These fit perfectly in here. So that was lovely. Shout out. Earthface, welcome in. Nice to have you. Good to see you, fellow friend of the stream, primarily, and fellow food and drink streamer. It would be lovely if you'd go follow them on the internet. There's a link to that in the Twitch chat. If you do so, if you do, they'll know. If you don't, I won't know. But it would be lovely if you did. I was looking on your stream the other day. Y'all were. It's probably this weekend. I was lurking a bit. I think you were live on Saturday, maybe. But I was lurking. I know that I didn't say hi because and I'm sorry.
And I'm still a piece of garbage.
It happens. But I was lurking a little bit. I don't remember what y'all were making, but I'm never usually like super focused on what folks are making. Anyway, hello. I'm not focused on the details of what you're making. It's always just nice to like be in a conversation or like present for a conversation. It's why I like lurking primarily. I just kind of like to be a fly on the wall. You know what I mean? It's like you're in a coffee shop and you're next to some people who are having a good conversation and you want to chime in, but you also don't want to be awkward about it. And I know that obviously you're welcome to chat. Everybody's welcome to chat. It's what the point of Twitch is. Anyway, what? I have no idea what you're making right now. Well, I was going to say that makes two of us, but that's not true. So I'm making a quiche right now, or we're actually two quiches. So the same quiche. They have the same ingredients. So the same thing, just making it twice. Making these for the freezer. So you use about a dozen eggs. You use about 6 eggs per quiche. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are we doing that?
He wanted to say that.
Okay. Would y'all like to see a teeny tiny kitten? Gwen is currently fostering a bunch of, well, not a bunch. Currently fostering 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna lose my train of thought here. Okay. We have a teeny tiny kitten who's going to come on screen here in a moment. Are you just holding him up from back there? Or do you want me to hold him up? Do you want me to hold him?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
He wants to be with you.
I know. Let me finish cracking these eggs because I have egg hands right now. I have 2 left to crack, okay? Yeah, just a second. We have a small cat. So Gwen is currently fostering 2 siblings and then 1 solo cat. We've had the solo one for about 2 weeks now.
Not 4.
4 weeks, she says. Well, time flies, huh? Time flies when you're only sleeping for 3-hour intervals. Okay. Give me the cat. Well, hold on. Let me dry my hands first because he's not going to like being wet. Anyway, we're making quiche. That's what we're making. It's the quiche has chicken and peas and cheese, herbs, and eggs, obviously, because it's quiche. We're gonna leave these eggs out because I might need to add a few more to them, or a few more here. But okay, we got a tiny cat about to appear. Let me give. Yeah, here he comes. Give me the cat. We have a cat in chat. We have a cat. This is Clifford. Clifford is a baby.
He's looking.
Oh, good job, bud. You know how to. He's performing. That's a sound. That's a
Oh,
sound.
I was like, what the?
This is Clifford. Clifford just. Oh, bud, where are you going? Clifford just finished being a bottle cat and has, in the past like 4 days, moved to solid foods. Are we keeping him? No. Clifford is a foster. Clifford is starting to. He's starting to teeth. No, we're not biting. He is just moved from. I know he's looking at me so loving. I know he's like I would if I was an animal in the wild, I would murder you. Yes, but I'm a tiny babe. No, we got to swipe. We got to swipe. But this is hold on. Let's give you some FaceTime. There we go. This is Clifford. He's not big and he's not red, but he is very feisty. Yeah. What do you mean he's not that feisty? He just tried to swipe and bite me. That's pretty fucking feisty.
He's trying to play though.
He is trying to play, but what, that's why we got 2 more cats so that eventually, once they're verified, don't have FIV and other horrible diseases, that they can play. V, welcome in. Hello. Earth Toast says, I worked at a shelter kitten nursery for about a year. That's so fun. That's super cute. Well, Gwen fosters, has been fostering now for about a year and a half, and is takes the bottle feeders, like the ones that need to eat every 3 hours. There he is. I know. He doesn't really want to be held anymore. I know. You see her? Okay. We're gonna give Clifford back. He's starting to struggle mightily. Babe. Okay, he does not. He's over it. He's very over it. Okay, that was Clifford. He's a good boy. I don't know.
This mom.
Yeah. Now he's hanging out and he's back with Gwen and he seems okay. So, let's get these quiches in the oven. That's what we're gonna try to. That's what we're gonna try to do. Love the ones around his age that were transitioning. We called them gruelies because of the wet food mix. I know. The wet food. See, I don't mind the wet food, but if I had a very visceral reaction to seeing it, I think yesterday or the day before, because I didn't know that was what I was about to see. And Gwen had walked by and had it in like a little container, and I was like, oh, what you got there? And then it was like, oh God. It was like the slurry. That's what all 3 of them right now are eating slurry.
I'm not getting the others.
Basically. And so, yeah, she wants me to clarify that she's not going to get the other ones right now. I don't know. They're very skittish.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait, give him a dip.
Yeah, whatever you feel is best. I don't want to force them to be held up on stream, Stringing it is so gross. It is, and it's also when you hit that point, it just means that they're doing okay, though. So that's nice, right? That's a good. you want to hit that point, even though it's gross. Yeah, all of them are eating the slurry now, and the slurry and little like dry food. So they're doing okay. I don't think. Listen, I don't think Clifford is going to stay. He is very cute, and Gwen, to the point, Gwen has said for a long time, longer than we've had our current 3 cats, that she wants a long-haired tuxedo cat. Has said it forever. Like, I know this, I'm aware of this. Wouldn't be a surprise. So, Gwen says he was crying like that because he had to poop. Well, me too, bud. Me too. I got you. I know that feeling. So it wouldn't be a surprise if he stayed, but also like 4 cats is a lot. So it wouldn't be a surprise, but it would be nice if he got adopted. That's I think I think stance is probably the right word on that one. All right, so these quiches are ready to go in the oven. No, they're not. They're not ready to go in the oven. Very demonstrably not at all ready to go in the oven. What we're gonna do is fill each of these with egg, a little bit of this egg mixture, and let that kind of sink in. And let's see if we need more. These shells are smaller. Usually I end up using about 15 eggs, but I don't think that's going to be the case today. I feel like these are pretty, going to be pretty full. Yeah, 12. This is enough. All right, good. So for these size of these pie shells, 12 eggs is perfect. Gwen says we should collect one of each color. You know, I don't think that's how you're supposed to do it, but I do understand the excitement around potentially doing that. Now, does that also, like, just so I'm aware of what that means, does that also mean that we need, like, different breeds? Like, do we need a Sphinx cat and a Maine Coon and, like, all that? Like, is that what we're doing here? Are we heading down that path? Because I don't know, man. That's a lot of fucking cats. We're going to pop these in the oven. Oven's at 350. It's been on for hours. So we're going to put this in. Is there anything else I need to put in here? No, there's not. Okay, quiches are in the oven and are baking. Perfect. We're going to leave those in. I'm going to set a timer for 50 minutes. That's 50. I think these are a little smaller than the quiches that I've made previously. The ones that I usually make take a little over an hour, but I think these will probably be good. Probably either at 50 minutes or maybe they might need another 10. Okay. These are the rice and beans that I used to as pie weights. I'm just giving them a shake so that they cool off. Because I need to repackage those at some point. Jamie, welcome in. Hi, hello. Ty says that means you need an orange ass hat. I have one. I swear the cat goes out of his way to piss me off. We have an orange. He's definitely an orange. He's very much an orange cat. He's also a big sweetie. He's a big sweetheart. Obi, that's Obi. There he is. Jamie's got the Obi emotes in chat. Obi is cute. Obi doesn't really make his way onto stream all that often. He is definitely not in the lead. No. So lifetime, Obi's losing, and will probably continue to lose at the on-stream appearance. But he is a sweetheart. He sleeps with Calvin at night. He is very, very cuddly when he wants to be. Gwen says we need a tuxedo, an all gray, and an all white, and an all black. So in addition to the 3, an orange, a calico, a tabby, a tuxedo, a gray, a white, a black. That's 7 cats. That's a lot. I hope that y'all love cat fur in your cookie club entries, because no matter how much I try, there will be just cat fur in the air here. If that comes to pass. I'm not seeing any problems. Well, it's a lot of fancy feasts, I'll say that. And then at some point, it's going to be a lot of vet bills. There's also that. But, you know, God can make them food. You know, I don't know if I'm into the idea of making cat food like that. I would. I'm not saying I wouldn't. I like the idea of a barn for cats, though. That's a good one. And welcome in, by the way. Jamie, you had 10. At one point, your mom had 10 cats. That's a substantial number of cats. Our house is not that big. Despite what it looks like when I point the camera into the room, that would be a lot of animals in one house. Fox Mulder, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Hey, the next time you come to stream, that's going to be a cookie club entry. Megan, welcome in. Hello. So I'm going to put a few dishes away, and then we're going to take a quick break, because it's been because we have a lot of dishes in the sink, and I'd like to get some of those into the dishwasher before making more. When we do that, we're gonna run an ad on the Twitch platform, and then we'll play some words on stream. So I have I'm gonna put a few dishes away before we do that, and we'll also recap what's been done on stream so far, because it's a lot. It's been a really productive day, which is nice. I have viewer rewards badges. I have for what? Hold on. Well, what do I have? I don't think I changed any badges. Is there something new? What did I add? It's a thing from Twitch. Okay, so it's from Twitch. I don't think I added anything specifically. And then 1,000 square foot ranch house. Jamie, good Lord. That's so many animals. Oh, that is cute. I want that. How do I get that? Wonder how. Looks like I caught you at the end. No, not quite. Not quite. We'll be live for about another hour and a half or so. I'm looking to finish today around 7 p.m. If not, maybe a little sooner, a little later, somewhere around there is the goal. Because we have quiche in the oven currently. That's going to be in the oven for about another 45 minutes or so. That's not what's for dinner tonight. For dinner tonight, we're doing a whole separate thing that I haven't even started yet. So that thing doesn't take all that long. But it does take time, so we are gonna work on that. Excuse me. Oof. Yeah, Megan says I would never be able to visit my mom if she had that many. I mean, not even being allergic, you just wouldn't have any place to sit. There'd be too many animals around. Like, I get it. I definitely get it, because that. So, like, Gwen picked up that Clifford who we saw just a few minutes ago from the shelter, and I was like, he's super cute. Look at this cat. I'm like, how could you not keep this cat? But like, also, anyone who's seen him, who's had the thought of like, might be nice to have a cat, has been like, oh, I want that cat. Look at him. He's so cute. So like, I know that he would get adopted, you know? I'm not opposed to it, but I'm also like, let's maybe consider this for longer. I don't know. Whatever. Ultimately, not gonna lie, y'all, it's not up to me. So I don't have a super strong opinion. And I don't really want to say that out loud because I know that Gwen's probably watching, but like, where does it end, really? It's not good. I'll tell you, if it's not 7, you know, if it doesn't end, if there's 7, it's going to be like, well, let's make it an even number. Let's make it 10, you know. Did my parents live together then? Nope. Not after a certain point. No. That wasn't it. I didn't stare forlornly into the distance for any real reason there. I was just like looking outside to see if it was raining. It looked like it was raining. Anyway, no, they did not. Let's do our checklist here. Okay. Fox Motor says we have 2 cats and a dog in a 900 square house, and it's cramped. I mean, there was one point last year where there were 10 cats in the basement. No, there was 7 cats in the basement, and then 3 who lived here full time. 3 who were in and out of the basement. And I can't imagine having that many cats like running around the house. There would just be like, you wouldn't be able to have anything on any surfaces. Like, because as the number escalates, like the personalities are all different. And so, you know, there would be like the one cat that likes to eat the produce that's on the counter, and the one cat that likes to knock the produce off the counter, and then the one cat that likes to pee in the corner, and then the one that, you know, likes to, I don't even know. The one that likes to bite. So there'd be a lot. All right, here's, yeah, so many scratching posts. We have one big scratching post and then a few smaller ones, and the big one they use all the time. I've never owned a pet. Am I missing out? Depends. Wonder how. It really does depend. I mean, I think ultimately the companionship of a pet is wonderful. There are also, depending on the type of pet, like depending on your personality and how you interact with that pet, you know, if you're expecting, I would say that if you want a specific personality trait in a pet, do not get a puppy, do not get a kitten. Go to the shelter and adopt an animal that has a distinct established personality that is the personality that you are looking for, specifically with cats. I mean, dogs you can train, but dogs also have their own personalities, and like, you know, there are things that when they're puppies, like they learn, you know, I would say that if you want like a cat that will sit on your lap and cuddle with you, you should go to the shelter and find the cat at the shelter that's a year or 2 years old, that the staff at the shelter is like, oh, they just sit on, all they want to do is sit on your lap. Adopt that cat and your heart will be full. Like, guaranteed. Same thing with a dog. You know, you want a dog that's active because you like to walk, and you want a dog that you can walk all the time. Like, get one that, go to the shelter and get a dog that they tell you loves to walk. Like, I think if you want to have like a satisfying relationship with your pet and you expect specific personality traits from that pet, you should adopt an animal from the shelter. I think if you just want like a cosmetic animal, like look at this little fluffy Pomeranian dog, you should probably also adopt that one from the shelter. But like, you know, get the Pomeranian from the shelter. Surplus says my heart would be sad and empty without kitties in my home. It's weird. There was a span of time of like 2 years, I think, where we didn't, maybe a year, a little, somewhere between 1 and 2 years where we didn't have a cat in the house, and it was odd. I had never, I mean, like, to be fair, there was some elements of it that were nice, where like the level of fur went down. But I think overall, like, it is nice to have a pet in the house, even if they're not necessarily like a lap cat or whatever. Like, just there's another creature around that needs your support and wants to hear your voice.
Is his hug in there?
Yeah.
I know what time it is. Don't let your watch and look at me like that.
I'm noting the time because I hadn't looked at the time in 30 to 40 minutes. I am looking at the time because I want to end stream at a time that makes sense, and I need to do the thing. So like, I happen to look at my watch. God damn. Thinks I'm accusing her. I'm not. I'm just looking at my watch, but like, it is time to go to karate. Anyway, we are going to take a quick break here in just a moment. Let me move some of these. We have bottles from the kittens on the dish draining here. There we go. Okay. Fox Motor says, my cat Gnocchi is my absolute bestie. I can't imagine living without her demanding to sleep on my head. Right. And like, and that's what I think that's what I mean when I say, if you want a specific personality trait, like if that's a thing in, you know, Fox Mulder in 25 years, when you're like, I would love a cat that does these things, you know, that's where you go to the shelter and you ask. Because, I mean, specific to cats, like, if you want a cat that sits with you, don't get a kitten. Because there's a chance that they're not going to want to do that. That their personality is such that they don't want to sit with you. And you can't change that. Ty says, I've never lived in a house without an animal except when I played juniors and had to live out of hotels. I mean, same. I've had an animal present in where I'm living since I was 3, for all but, let's say 2 years. Let's say, 2 years between when our previous cats. So Gwen and I got cats basically like the summer after graduating university, and those cats passed about 3 and 4 years ago, respectively, and the time between them passing and having our current cats was sort of the longest that I'd ever not had them, except from like birth to 3 years old, which I don't really remember. So it was a little odd not having them, but we also had Daisy still. Like, we had a dog, so there was still like an animal in the house. It wasn't like empty. And honestly, Daisy was a lot happier because she didn't like those cats and they did not like her, and they didn't interact, and it was not a good circumstance. They lived in different parts of the house. Whenever they did interact, it was like violent clashing, so it was really stressful. And I'm so glad now. I will say that, like, if you have an existing animal and you want a cat, that's where you get a kitten, because the kitten is non-threatening, and the existing, and the kitten is non-threatening to the existing animal, and the kitten's small enough and malleable that like their personality will evolve with this other animal around. We got the cats before the dog, the cats didn't like the dog. They wouldn't let the dog interact with them. And so the dog never really got to like sniff the cat and be familiar with the cats. And like the cats were always just like a big mystery, like a big, sharp, dangerous mystery to the dog. And the dog was always just like a threat. So, Tatu, I'm glad you're back. I hope therapy was relaxing in some capacity and informative in others, and not fully emotionally taxing, as it certainly can be. All right, we are going to take a quick break. It is that time where we're going to play at least one, probably 3 to 4, perhaps, games of Words on Stream. Going to handle the dishes, and we will put the camera on the sink. If you are on YouTube, I'm sorry, but we are going to have an ad on Twitch. So we take some time to just look at, do the dishes. Take some time to just do the dishes in the sink. During the ad, during the break, as I said, I am going to run an ad on Twitch. So if you are not a subscriber and not a Twitch Turbo member, I'm sorry to inform you. This is a great time to hit the subscribe button. It's a great time to use your Prime sub if you've got one of those. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you can subscribe to the channel for free as part of your sub. If you're watching on the horizontal stream, there's a little crown button right underneath my hand here, and if you hit the subscribe button, you can check the box that says use your Prime sub on this channel. So if you subscribe or in any capacity on Twitch, no ads. So do that. It's also a great time to get your first time chat out of the way, because while we're playing Words on Stream, there's a lot happening in chat. So if you're lurking and you're, like, don't really want to chat, but maybe you're new to stream and you want to get your first time chat out of the way because you also don't want to have it show up the next time you actually chat, Words is a great time to do that, because I will see the chat, but I'm not going to like scroll back up and respond to everything. Also, Words is nice if you want to bump your chat numbers to get a Cookie Club entry. Every 500 chat messages is a Cookie Club entry. So if you participate in Words, that counts towards Cookie Club. And if you're like, hey, hell with this guy, he's going to run an ad, I don't want to stick around, hit the follow button before you leave, because, if you're going to leave and you've been hanging out for a little bit, might as well follow and come back later when there's not an ad. Anyway, that's all the things I have to say about that. We are going to do a quick ad on Twitch. We're going to run a game of Words on Stream. So let me get that set up here. Hopefully Words works. It looks like it is. Oh yeah, it looks like it's working today. It wasn't working last time. So, all right, here we go. Caretaker, I feel you. I definitely feel you. Understood. Definitely understood. Let's check and make sure this camera works. That camera works. It is really red for some reason, but let's adjust that back. Let's adjust that. We'll adjust the exposure compensation. We're gonna zoom that just a little bit so we're not looking at everything. And okay, here comes a game of Words on Stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. We'll be back momentarily. I'm gonna load the dishwasher.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. The goal here is not to do all of the dishes. The goal is to get all of the dishes out of the sink, either into the dishpan or into the dishwasher, depending on the appropriate location for them. If I have time, I will do a few of the dishes. Don't always have time. Doesn't always work out. So let's see how it goes. I'm realizing now that I actually need to pull up this recipe online because I don't have it printed out anywhere. Which is funny. I have it, but it's just not... I have it in my head, but I want to follow the recipe because I actually want it to turn out... I want it to turn out the way that I want it to. Or the way that I'm hoping it does. Not hoping. I hope the recipe that I tested and wrote myself turns out. It sounds so weird to say, but I do. I'm also making some changes to it this time. Not necessarily big changes, but I'm using a different type of bread. So that's always a potential for disaster. All right. That was messy. Listen, messy's okay sometimes in life. Right. Actually, not that many dishes. A lot of these go right in the dishwasher, which is nice. Except the part, except the part where my dishwasher is now pretty full, and I don't have any more space to put this shit. That is how it happens. Get this pizza dough. Pizza Hut. Oh, what word did you get? You got censored out of a word. If you got censored in chat, it probably is not part of the puzzle. The puzzle is very PG. Usually pretty PG. Sometimes.
It's over!
Mostly. Hey, if you are on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. I want to acknowledge that ads are not really anybody's favorite thing, but we run them because otherwise we get pre-rolls, which I'm fine with in general. I think I prefer not to have them, but like I also don't like stopping every hour to like run 3 minutes worth of ads. Anyway, and it also gives me some time to just like be over here at the sink off camera. So I don't have any way to, I don't have a like face camera over here at the sink. It's a bit of a not that situation. So it does give me a little bit of time to sort of clean up while I am working. So we're probably going to want to play, we're probably going to play one more game after this. I know that this isn't a board and that's okay, but I would like to just finish getting these dishes in the sink, out of the sink and into the dish pan. So I'd like to just humbly request that we do one more game if that's okay, and I hope that's okay. But I see people playing, which is lovely. I'm going to wash the tablespoon and the teaspoon and one of my cutting boards because I used all my wooden cutting boards on stream today. So we're going to wash the things that I am going to use for this recipe. And then that's it. Everything else will wash later. What the fuck am I doing wrong? I think user error here. One of these dish brushes. Okay, this one is the low sink dish brush. This one is the sink brush. Okay. I have a dish brush underneath of the sink that like just stays under there that I only use for like the I only use for the compost bin and other non-food service surfaces. Which is to say that that is just the old dish brush, the one that is not as good anymore, but they are the same dish brush. So when I accidentally leave the one in the sink, I'm like, wait, let's not use that for the thing. All right. So we did a few dishes, just the ones we need to cook dinner. The quiche in the oven. Calvin and Gwen have left to go to karate. And so we're now on the clock. We're now on the clock for dinner. Which means that we really need to keep it moving as things progress here. So Matthew Vick, welcome in. Hello. We're going to finish this game. I don't think we're gonna get this game, but it's not looking great, but it is looking finished, which is to say a good thing. Okay, let's come back. Hold on. I was over at the kitchen table. Let's come back over to the counter here. Hello, welcome back. We have quiche in the oven. We have pizza dough in the fridge. Nope. Let's try that one again. Hold on. Confirmation. Do you really want to end? Yes, I do. Sorry, I moved back to the stream, but I didn't stop words, which just continues in the background if you don't do anything. Surprise. Anyway, hold on. Keyboard back on. We have quiche in the oven. We have a pizza dough, a big thing of pizza dough in the fridge for tomorrow or for Thursday, but we're also going to be we're going to be doing some things with it tomorrow too. I'm going to close the dishwasher here. Okay, we're going to transfer our attention to dinner now. Let me pull up. I'm going to pull up the actual recipe that I'm using here because it's on the internet and I can find it, and that way I'll not mess it up. Where are we? There we are. Okay, jump to recipe. Jesus, this guy never stops talking. Okay, so we need a loaf of sourdough bread, olive oil, cannellini beans. Let's just get my let me get my ingredients out here. Cannellini beans. I need a can of petite diced tomatoes, which, I'm not gonna lie, I actually don't have. So we're going to just dice some regular tomatoes. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. We'll dice some regular tomatoes and that'll be fine. That'll be enough. I have some tomatoes that I bought today, actually. I was going to use these for something else, but like, whatever, here they are. Kosher salt, ground black pepper. Kosher salt, ground black pepper. There we go. One bunch of lacinato kale, and then cheese. So, this is the bread I'm going to use. This is not a loaf of sourdough. This is a This is a baguette. So a little bit different, and that's okay. The kale is here. So we have a loaf, or not a loaf. We have a thing of kale. And cheese is not, the recipe calls for Gouda, but I am going to use Havarti and Gruyere. Instead of slicing these, so the recipe also calls for slicing them, or not slicing them, for using a package of sliced cheese. I didn't do that today, so we're going to take these cheeses and we're going to grate them and just mix them together in a bowl. So that'll be fine because, like, basically I'm looking to do a package, that 8 ounces or so of sliced Gouda cheese, which is a thing you can buy in the grocery store. So all of this is based on a grocery store, the easy grocery store pickup stuff. I'm changing things a little bit, but that's okay. Matthew asks, what kind of quiche? The quiche today has a pepper chicken. It has pepper chicken, a couple different types of cheese, dill, chives, and frozen peas. It's an egg. It's obviously it's egg. I mean, maybe not. Is quiche ever not egg? Is quiche ever something that's not an egg? I don't actually know. But yeah, it's basically, it's a big egg, an egg pie. We have that. We have the kale. So all of this is going to get stewed together. So I'm going to, let's see. That's for the tomatoes. This is for the kale. And then the other stuff is in the can. Oh, see tomatoes? Yeah, tomatoes, kale, and cheese. That's the other thing. Okay. Matthew asks if it will mess up the recipe if I use the wrong kind of tomatoes. No, not really. What will be different that I'll need to account for is that the recipe calls for the whole can to go in. And it's a can of petite diced tomatoes. So it's like stew type of tomatoes. So the difference will be that they won't be, there will be liquid missing. So I need to account for the fact that that these will have less liquid. That's it. I'm gonna look up here. I actually want to see. I just had the thought that I might have a can of Rotel, which is not petite diced tomatoes. So I have peeled plum tomatoes. No. I have a lot of pumpkin up here. Why do I have so much fucking pumpkin? Okay, I do not have a can of Rotel. So onward we go with the tomato mission. We're gonna cut the tomatoes up first so that I can put a little salt on them and mix them in with the bowl, and then they'll have a chance to give up some of that liquid that I was just talking about. So I had to add less. But petite diced tomatoes in a can are like quite a bit more liquidy. So what size can of diced tomatoes do I need? 14.5 ounces, which is basically this whole thing, 1 US dry pint. Yeah, it's all the same. Listen, this is a recipe that I fucking wrote. I am adjusting it because of my personal need in the moment. Will it work? Yeah, sure. Is it going to be exactly the same? No, and that's fine. Let's just do 14.5 ounces. It's okay. Typically, quiche without eggs is using a plant-based substitute to create a savory custard-like texture. Blended tofu, silken tofu, chickpea flour, just egg. Oh yeah, I like just egg. I've used that before. Not an ad. Blend of yogurt and flour. Yeah, and that's like, thank you for the information. That is actually super helpful to know. I as a non-vegan have never made a quiche that did not have egg because it's not important to me that it lack egg. So I've just never done that. But yeah, all of that sounds vegan. Silken tofu. Silken tofu is great. I keep forgetting that I want to buy some of that just to have around for like snacking purposes. Because it's good, like, kind of on its own. Chickpea flour. I've used chickpea flour before. That I've definitely done. I'm adding tomatoes into this until this is about 14 ounces or I run out of tomatoes. One of those two things will happen. Is it true that the US is facing a tomato shortage? I think I heard that. I don't know. I cannot speak to a yes or no, Dan. I can tell you that the tomatoes I got today are from the US And I also bought some whole tomatoes that were from Canada. Are they having a tomato shortage? I honestly don't know. I haven't been following like food news very closely for a while now. And I say food news, I mean things like that. I subscribe to a few like website newsletters and I haven't seen that, but probably who's around to pick them? Who's like processing them? Like I'm sure, because everything else is expensive. Why wouldn't we be getting shortened on tomatoes too, right? Moon Dice, welcome. Hello. Happy Tuesday. That quiche has about 12 minutes, or has about 12 minutes left on the clock. I'm going to check it. When I'm finished with these tomatoes, I'm just going to put my eyes on it and see how it is, how it's looking. I'm not going to open the oven yet because if it's not looking finished and starting to be browned, I don't need to open the oven because then we'll let all the heat out and we don't want to do that. So we're just working on these tomatoes now. Then we're going to salt them. Then we will cut up the kale and get everything prepped. I need to toast the bread, but I don't want to toast the bread until the quiche is finished in the oven. So I'm trying to time my prep here so that the quiche has a little. I've been trying to time stream today so that I get to use the oven consistently, but not for that I don't have to open it while something's in there in between batches. Kathy, enjoy the rest of your day. Polish sausage and zucchini sound lovely. We're coming into zucchini season and I'm very much excited about it. I think that's what I smell. Oh my God. You're not cooking it. That makes dinner even better. We love that. Listen, if you're not cooking the dinner, it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, it kind of does, but like not all that much. If someone else is cooking that dinner for you, just enjoy it. We're at 7 ounces here, so I'm just gonna cut up these last 3 tomatoes. I wasn't sure how many ounces the this container held because a U.S. dry pint is not based on weight; it's based on volume. So we're just cutting up all these tomatoes, and that's fine because we're cooking all of this down. So basically, you toast the bread, and then you stew together the tomatoes, kale, and beans, and you put all of that on top of the bread. So there's no there's not a ton of like downtime in this recipe, and even cooking the everything in the oven, you know, everything's cooked in the Dutch oven. You toast the bread and then you stew this all together in the Dutch oven, and everything here you could eat raw. So you're really just heating it up to meld the flavors together. There's not a lot of like there's nothing in here that requires it be cooked. It's all just, you know, so that you don't have so you're not eating salad. So it's like, you know, nicely melted together. I'm going to add just a splash of some type of vinegar to this. Thinking either, do I have a white wine vinegar up here? I have a raspberry balsamic. That's not really what I want. I have white wine, I have red vinegar, I have regular balsamic vinegar. There we go, white wine vinegar. So I'm just gonna add like a little splash of this. Not that tomatoes need extra vinegar, but like just a little bit. Yeah. Great. So that's just for a little additional flavor. The recipe doesn't call for it, but this is where I worked on this recipe. I made it very approachable and short, not short. I made it very like accessible. That's the word. And now I'm sort of like, all right, I'm gonna add a little splash of this, a little bit of that. We'll use like these tomatoes and different cheeses, different bread. Like we'll go out on a limb a little bit here because it's nice to do that sometimes. So, all right, let's get our kale cut up now. I'm gonna look at these quiches. Quiches are looking good. I think the time on the clock, I got 8 minutes left on the clock. I think that we'll be good with, probably be good with taking these out. I might, if I'm still prepping ingredients, I might leave them in a little bit longer. Than that, I do actually anticipate that I'll still be prepping ingredients, so that should be easy enough. Let me put my final finished ingredients over here. What is a pint anyway? Well, 551 milliliters, apparently. That's what it says. I simplified the recipe. Well, I simplified it for publication. I'm making it more complicated now, which is not a surprise for anybody who's hung out on stream for any amount of time, because the making things more complicated is what I usually do. The lacinato kale needs to be cut crosswise into thicker ribbons. So we take the stems out because these are all very, very not great to eat. So I'm going to take the stems. There's a whole batch of kale. So this kale is it always seems like a lot of it, but like it really cooks down into basically nothing. It's like spinach. So it really, you know, the whole idea with a lot of recipes that I write is that you use an entire thing, right? Like I was annoyed earlier. I didn't share this in the moment. I didn't want to go on like a rant about it, but I was annoyed earlier because the pizza dough recipe, for as good as it is and as much as I love it, it doesn't use a packet of yeast. Like I think I want to use an entire packet of yeast. Like I don't want a small amount of yeast left over because it's not going to get used. It's going to get, eventually, it's going to go bad and get thrown away, and then I'll be annoyed about that too. But I do love a recipe where it's like one whole can of this. You know, this recipe calls for a can of cannellini beans, a can of diced tomatoes, a whole loaf of bread, and an entire bunch of kale. Like, you buy the thing, you use the entire thing, and then it's gone, which is ideal. That's the ideal scenario for me for most recipes. Can I buy a smaller packet? I mean, you could buy less kale. I think I give a weight for it too. So if you have like really small, a small amount of kale, if you're in the store, you could weigh it too. Fellas, I love that. Hand sawed some logs for exercise. That's good exercise. Good Lord. That's a lot of work. I think for any of these things, Matthew, you have a, you know, user discretion is allowed. Can I buy a smaller packet of yeast? No, not really. They come in those those tear apart packets. They're so common. What you could do if you use yeast regularly is just buy a jar of it and just measure it out with a teaspoon or whatever volume you need. You could just measure it. So that is an option. I do not use yeast often enough to do that, so it's okay. It's why part of the reason I like making a double batch of the pizza dough is I just use almost the entire packet. There is a recipe for focaccia dough that I make that I really love that calls for an entire packet, and it's why it's my favorite focaccia dough recipe, honestly. Villa says, I kind of cheat. I sit on the chair and saw the logs. Listen, if you're sawing literal logs by hand, your heart rate is up no matter what you're doing or sitting on. I've tried at the gym, there's this machine that you sit on and you like rotate your arms like this. It's like literally just an arm machine, but it's a cardio machine. That shit's hard. That is hard. It's difficult. So sitting down is still a lot of work, no matter what. So we're slicing this into really like 1/2 inch to 1 inch strips, this kale, because it's all just going to get stewed together anyway. Yeah, Velas, I don't know how long the yeast in the jar lasts for. Like, I don't use it often enough that I feel like if I bought the jar, like half of it would still go bad anyway. Can you freeze it though? I didn't realize you could freeze it. That I have not ever actually tried. Remember to let it get up to temp before using. Yeah, about me remembering to do that. Probably not. I store my yeast in the fridge and I just put it right in things and use it right away. I can honestly tell you, I have never, not once ever, like let the yeast sit out for any amount of time before using it. I didn't even know that was a thing that you were supposed to do. So how about that? All right, kale is prepped, chopped and prepped. Let's cut this bread. Do I ever cook with a red Russian kale? Sometimes, if I see it in the store. The farmer's market that I go to doesn't usually have it. They have different types. They have curly kale and the lacinato kale, mostly. I have not seen the red Russian, but it is good. It has a different flavor to it, which is kind of nice. It is a living thing. It helps to come to room temp. Right. I believe it. I say that. I say like yes, and I've never done it. It's been fine, and it probably would make things better if I did let it come to room temp. Like, it would probably be even better. Like, most assuredly, right? Like, it would have to be. All right, timer is just about up on those quiches. So before I start grating this cheese, I'm going to open the oven and we are going to take a look at the quiche just to see how things have progressed. I think we're probably just about finished, if not finished. Again, because this quiche is different size than the other pans that I've used before to make it, it used less eggs, so I'm assuming it will cook in less time. So Sofa said I had a humongous moth land on my jacket. Must be a super bug, because the only bugs I've seen lately are ladybugs. A humongous moth? That's kind of fun. Moths are very inoffensive to like look at. They could be kind of scary, but like they're far less intimidating than like beetles. All right, here we are with the quiche. Let's take a look. What we're gonna do is just give this a little like tap. So center looks solid. I think these are pretty well, center on that one's a little jiggly. All right, we're gonna leave these in for just a little bit longer. I'm gonna give those maybe, let's just go with 10 more minutes. And I'll we'll report back in about 10 minutes. But I'm basically going to finish doing my prep here, and then we'll take a look at the quiche again. So that's going to be the goal. I need about 8 ounces of cheese. This is a Gruyere cheese. What is this? What is the weight on this? This is 8 ounces. So I'm going to cut. I already opened this. So let's shred. Do I want to open this cheese or do I want to leave it like this? I think I just want to shred the Gruyere. Because this is 8 ounces. This is an 8-ounce package of cheese. So if I just do this one package, I was thinking, oh, I'll use like half of this package and half of the other package. And I kind of just don't want to open the other package and have 2 open packages again. You know? Instant dust. I know, their wings are crazy. Their flight pattern so far. Yeah, they don't fly in a straight line. It's they're a bit freakish in that way. Hey, garlic and onion, something smells good. I love those. Scales made of chitin. What? Scales? I didn't realize there were scales. That kind of freaks me out. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know that I enjoy knowing that fact, but I kind of do. I guess I do. I am going to open this other thing of cheese because here's the deal. I don't think that the recipe calls for sliced cheese. And this is obviously not sliced, but I feel like this is not going to be enough to cover this bread. Because I think the bread is a little, I think there's a little more bread there than I'm usually working with. So I am going to do this other thing of cheese. Although I shredded the entire block of Gruyere. So we're going to shred maybe half of this and just kind of see where we're at. I'm going to mix these two together, and then what I'll do is if I need more, I will just shred a little bit more while I'm assembling here, because the cheese is the last thing. It just goes on top, right? So I'm going to shred about half of this. This is Havarti, and not any type of specific Havarti. It's just like regular creamy Havarti. Nothing distinctive. This particular brand, Daneco, has a bunch of different Havartis that I love, but this one, I didn't want to go too far out of field on the like wild cheese flavoring today. Matthew, exactly, like sandwich slices. That's exactly what the recipe uses. It also, it uses a whole can of 2 whole cans of things plus a whole bunch of kale, like a bunch, not like a whole bunch, but like a bunch. And it also uses an entire package of like pre-sliced cheese. So that's part of it. That quiche that was in there just had a little bit of a jiggly middle to it, which is fine. I'm still prepping and I haven't done the bread yet. We're getting to the bread. So here we are. We've arrived at the part of the stream where I am now using a different type of bread than the recipe calls for. But the reason for that is because this bread is old and it needs to get used up. And so we're using it up. That's what we're doing with it. I'm going to put this on a sheet pan. I need to get my bread knife and we'll slice this. So we cut the bread, then we basically brush or spread olive oil over the entire surface of the bread. The recipe itself calls for measurements here, but I am not going to do that. I'm just going to cut the bread and grease it up I'm cutting it. I should have cut it like this from the start, but I'm basically going to cut it into 2 halves because this is like a good thickness for this. I'm going to cut it into 2 halves, but I'm going to cut off the 2 sort of lobes on here so that it lays flat. Because otherwise it's just not going to sit right. It's not going to sit right on the tray. So we'll cut this other piece off, and I'll just put this to the side. And we're going to eat this in a little bit. So we're going to brush this evenly over each side, and then we're going to bake. Basically, we're going to bake one side and then bake the other. We'll bake this for about 7 to 10 minutes on one side, and we'll flip it and bake it about 7 to 10 minutes on the other side. So I think I'm finished with this cutting board for now. I'm going to use this cutting board actually later for cutting serving pieces out of that. So let's just leave that out on the counter for now. Okay. But let's get the olive oil on here. And I have my pastry brush in the oven, or in the sink rather. So instead of using a pastry brush to put the olive oil on here, we'll use a rubber glove. We're just going to go ahead and do this by hand because that's fine. So you really, and you know, this is what I would say to do like in general. I think this is easier than using a pastry brush, but also I didn't want the recipe to be like, with your bare hands, rub the bread. But obviously I feel like you can, clearly. So I'm using a lot of olive oil, but what we're doing here is just like crisping. We're crisping this bread. Ultimately, that's the goal. And I cut off the backside of this one. I should cut off the backside of the other one too, because that way the oil will actually soak in. So I think, no, that'll be fine. I'll just make sure that the topping is on the side that is up. So we're going to start this one face down. I'm going to start them all face down, actually. That's kind of the goal. Let me get the ends here. So the goal of this process is just to create a really golden brown, crispy toast that is able to withstand like a liquid being placed on top of it. That's kind of the goal here. So I just really like greased these loaf pieces very aggressively. So that's good. I've got a minute left on my timer. I'm gonna pop this oven open and check these quiches because I'd like them to be finished, but you can't control whether or not they actually are. They are finished at this point. The middle is not jiggly anymore. So we're gonna pull these out. I'm gonna bump my oven temp. I gotta, hold on, I gotta sit these on the counter. I got a hot thing here. I can't change the camera. I'm gonna bump my oven temp and I'm gonna put these breads in. So these are gonna go in here. So I'm bumping my oven back to 400 and we're gonna give those, let's give those 8 minutes in the oven. Okay, 8 minutes in the oven. Quiches are just going to hang out here on the counter. I'm sure the cats will have an interest in them. We have to keep an eye on them for that purpose, but generally, I just need those to cool off. Let's get our let's get our the rest of our stuff together here. And while these bake in the oven, I'm gonna clean the counter up a little bit. That's the goal. You're hearing it here first. The goal is to get these in and then clean the counter. So we're baking for about 7 to 10 minutes on one side, then we're flipping them and baking until golden brown on the second, 5 to 10 more minutes. Remove the oven, leave the toast in the pan, don't turn off the oven. While the toast bakes in a 2-quart saucepan, combine the drained beans, tomatoes and their juice, salt, and pepper. Bring to a simmer, stirring occasionally until thick in about 10 minutes. Okay, so let's get our saucepan. We need our beans, we need our tomatoes. Beans, tomatoes, salt. Beans, tomatoes, salt, pepper. Okay, I'm not looking at how much salt and pepper I'm going to put in here. I'm not going to measure today. Like I'm following the timing of the recipe, not necessarily all of the ingredients specifically. So just like FYI, in case you're like, Lou, you said you were going to follow the recipe and you're not. Well, I kind of am, but I'm also like a little bit of fields on the actual, the nuance of it. Okay, so let's preheat this cast iron pan. There it goes. Because I'm not using diced canned tomatoes, I'm not going to drain the beans. Because all of the juice that would have been in the tomatoes, I'm just going to substitute it with the bean water, and that'll be fine. Matthew says, which cat is normally the most interested in people food? Elsie. Our female cat is 100% the most interested in people food. I don't think it's very close. Ash, I would say, is the least interested. And Obi is really only interested in a few things, including coffee. I turned around this morning and he had his head in my little coffee thing, in the dry coffee that I had put in there. I turned around to like get a mug, and I turned back and he was on the counter eating fucking coffee grounds. What a weirdo. Okay, so we're combining the beans, tomatoes, salt, and pepper, bringing to a simmer. Okay, come on over to the stove. Where are we? Wait, stove. Stove wide. That's the camera. Please work. Hey, it works. Holy shit, we're close. We're also flipped weirdly. Okay. Oh, it is. Oh, the camera really is just that close. Okay. So beans. Again, did not drain the beans. The recipe calls for draining the beans, but I did not. Beans, tomatoes, and their juice. So we have a little bit of liquid in there. I'm going to do just a touch more water, because this can always cook for like a few minutes longer to drain or to evaporate some of the liquid. But I don't want it to burn. So this says to cook for about 10 minutes. And then we crush half the beans. We stir in some more liquid and the kale, return to a simmer, 5 to 10 minutes. So we cook this for 5 to 10 minutes. Then we cook it for another 5 to 10 minutes, and then it's done. So it also says to drain the beans, but reserve the bean water, which I clearly did not do. So we're basically, the process here is straightforward. Stew together the beans, tomatoes, and kale. That's it. Like, if I was telling somebody this recipe and not like writing it down for accessible internet usage, I would just be like, just stew together the beans and kale and tomatoes, right? Like that's straightforward, I think. So then we will be adding the kale. So let's move the kale over here. I'm going to add a little bit of salt and a little bit of pepper to this. I have added salt and pepper to the tomatoes already, but the beans have not been seasoned. Once I put the kale in there, that's also going to need to be seasoned. So basically I have this on high right now, or I just turned it up to high. I just want this liquid to start to simmer, and then once that happens, we'll get it to we'll turn it down just a little bit. Okay, let's get these quiches onto a cooling rack and off of that tray. Because the goal is to cool these down. They look great. Liz, welcome back. We have quiche, hot out of the oven, ready to go. Could I add some corn if you made this? Yup, you could add really whatever you want to it. This is not a prescriptive. It is a recipe. It's not one where I think that there's a one size, this is the best way to do it. I will say, like anything, if you are comfortable in the kitchen and you're comfortable sort of adjusting and making recipe modifications, I always encourage that. I do that pretty consistently, I do have a bunch of different versions. I have a cheddar cheese, I have a broccoli cheddar soup toast. I have this version, and then I have another version that I actually, what is the other one? Broccoli cheddar, this one, and then something else. There's another one, but I literally don't remember what it is. Oh, chicken pot pie. Yes, that's the one. Listen. We should really take the word pie out of that one. But humor. What is this first timer for? The first timer is for the bread in the oven. Right. Okay. So once that bread is finished, we'll take it out, we'll flip it over, and then we'll put it back in. And then it will be another 10 minutes or so until it is ready to go. Did I miss the Foster Kitties? Just Clifford. We did not share the other ones on stream today. They're still a little skittish, and I don't think, Gwen was like, I don't think it would be good to show them. Should I do that? And I was like, I trust your judgment. We don't need to do that if you are having hesitations. The thing is that they're a little skittish, and they are they're fine being held, but they just are they haven't been held. They came into the house yesterday off of the street, not our street, but they came to the shelter. Like someone found them on the street literally and brought them to the shelter. Like they are feral cats. So they're getting acclimated to like existing, I think is kind of how it is at the moment. Let's get a better spatula for this. All right, so there's a lot of oil on this tray, which is fine and expected. That is like what these are all about. These are ready to flip. The tops of these are they're crispy. The sides are crispy. So this is like good to go. I'm gonna pop this back into the oven now for another 10 minutes or so. And then we will top them and dinner will be pretty much ready. This is simmering. So the tomatoes and beans are coming up to temp. The tomatoes are starting to fall apart. I have some good steam happening over there, so things are looking good. I'm going to continue to sort of clean the counter a little bit as we go. The beans that we use for our pie crust weights are now cool and ready to go back in the container. So these beans have just been pie crust weights. I might as well just consider them pie crust weights because they've been in there for a long time and I just haven't cooked with them, and now they're sort of just they're just kind of there. Yeah, Liz, I I also, they've literally never really been held. So they're just sort of like, when you hold them, their reaction is like, what's happening? And that usually takes a couple days to go away. I think probably by tomorrow or Thursday, they will be ready for a stream debut. One is white with like a little spot, and the other one is completely black. So pure black, and then completely white, or completely white with like a little spot. So they're neat looking. The white one is very dirty, like dirt, like physical dirt. Toasted bread with butter and a tad of sugar. Ooh, Tatsu. Yeah, probably. It sounds good. Now I'm like thinking about it. Obviously. I stopped talking for like 10 seconds. That means I was having a thought. Okay. That's good. We have our quiche over here cooling. So I'm just letting that cool for long enough that it's not going to steam when I put it in the freezer. I'm putting this cheese in a larger bowl because it was hard to mix, and I didn't really get to like mix it very well. So I'm putting it in there, and we're just gonna mix it a little bit more than it was. I didn't set a timer for that bread when I put it back in there, did I? I didn't. Okay, let's do 8 minutes on the timer. That should be about good. I don't need the scale anymore. Gwen's gonna need the scale. Let's leave the scale out. She's been weighing the cats, so obviously that's an important thing to leave out. So quiche is cooling. Last step is to freeze it. Once it's frozen, I'm gonna vacuum seal it so it's like really completely enclosed and sealed up. I'm thinking this cheese, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the shredded cheese. I can't envision like if this is enough cheese. So I can't pack this yet until I know whether or not I am going to use any more of it. So, all right, beans are stewing in there. They have another moment or two. We're going to cook these. Then we're going to crush some of the beans against the side of the pot. Basically, we're going to add a little bit more liquid, and then we're going to add the kale. We're going to stir that until the kale is wilted, about 5-10 minutes or so, and then that will be ready. Like that'll be ready to go. So, fellas, enjoy your look. We are going to come back over to the stove here for just a moment. So this is the bean and tomato liquid mixture here. Timer's going off. That means that this is ready, but that means that it's ready for the next step here. Indigo, hello. So we're going to take these beans, and basically I'm just using a spoon and I'm smashing some of these. The smashing the beans really is, the purpose of doing that is you're creating a thicker liquid. So you're taking this from more of a soupy, a literal soup consistency, to something more of like a stew or a paste. And that's kind of important for this particular dish, because if you have all of this liquid in here at the end, it soaks in a little bit too much to the bread. So this was a step that when I was doing the testing of this recipe, I omitted this step, and I noticed that it was just a little bit more liquidy than I wanted it to be, even if I didn't change anything else. So we're basically just taking the spoon and smashing some of these beans so that they break apart, and then this whole thing gets thicker. I'm also going to add just a little bit of garlic powder to this because I think it would be good. That's it. For the sole reason that I think that it would be tastier with a little garlic powder, I'm going to add some. Because this is one of those recipes where like I would add like sliced garlic to this and like onion, you know, but keeping it simple. So I'm going to stir in the kale and a little bit more liquid because this kale is going to really tilt the balance of this dish from a soup to a solid very quickly, until it wilts, and then it's going to go right back to being a liquid again. But this is another couple minutes here. Let me poke in and give a peek on this bread. All right, bread is almost finished. Yeah, look at how much smaller that kale is now. Okay, so the bread has another 3 minutes here. I'm gonna set this timer for 8. I'm gonna set a timer for 8 minutes for the stuff here on the stove. I'm going to add a little liquid to, you know what I'm going to add to this? Oh, hell yeah. I have in my refrigerator a little bit of stock from the other day. And I'm just going to add a splash or two of that instead of water. So let's add some stock to this. That's going to make this even better. And now I've added some liquid to this, and I just want this to be a little bit, just a little less liquidy now. So basically, once this kale is cooked and everything kind of comes together, this will be a good consistency. I actually want to add just a little bit more here. Perfect. Okay, so I have this back up now to a little higher heat. I turned it down to like a medium. It's back up to high currently as it comes back to a temperature, to a hotter temperature. I'm going to add a little bit more pepper to this. I'm going to add some salt to this, and this is going to be our final seasoning of this dish, because I've been seasoning as I went all along, which is the best case scenario for cooking in general, is to season as you go. So I added some stock to this, and now things are looking real good. I see lots of steam starting. I have a couple bubbles starting here. So I'm going to turn this, yep, there we go. And we're boiling again. So I'm going to turn this back down to a medium. We're going to let that stew on the stove for a few minutes here. We're going to check this toast in about a minute or so. I don't actually think it's finished yet because it's doesn't look golden. You want it to look like golden brown. So that's the goal. Golden brown, 5 to 10 more minutes. I didn't cook it the full 10 minutes on the first side, so you know, it's still coming along, but we've got about a minute left on there. I'm going to let that be in the oven for that time. When that's finished, I'm going to move my cutting board to the back here. When that's finished, we'll get it out. I'm going to leave the oven on and just start topping it with the filling from this pot and the cheese. We don't need to flip the bread one more time. It's fine kind of as it is. It's a little It's always a little soft on the bottom side, and that's okay. I don't need to flip it again. As long as the top part, the part that's on top when I take it out of the oven, which we're going to check in just a second, that's the important part, because the part that you want to be crispy, you want at least one side of it to be crispy. It doesn't matter that much if the second side is soft, because the part that's crispy needs to support the liquid from the stewed ingredients. The bottom doesn't really. If the bottom is just bread, it's fine. You could toast one side of it, and that would probably be okay. I prefer myself to have it be toasted on both sides. But our pan here is looking good. This is nice and crispy on the top, which is great. I'm going to take this pan, and I actually have the bottom side of these the bottom side is crispy, like golden kind of crispy, which is beautiful. Same with this one. And then this one was the one that I didn't cut. This is just the exterior of the loaf, and that is beautiful. So this is good. We're good here. I don't need to, both sides of this are crispy. I think I'm happy with what this looks like right now. So I don't need to put this back in. So the timing on that recipe I wrote was perfect. Imagine that. Okay, so the bean mixture needs to be till it's thickened and reduced in size. On the kale, about 5 to 10 minutes. So this looks like we got about 3 minutes left on my clock here, but yes, and I think that 3 more minutes is going to be ideal, because this still has liquid in it. It still has more liquid than I want it to have in it. So we are going to let this ride for the last 3 minutes on the timer. I'm going to smash a few more of these beans, because again, when you smash the beans, it thickens things. It's like a natural sort of thickener. And that is what I'm looking for right now, is thickening. And there's going to be plenty of visible bean left in here. But also I'm going to cover this whole fucking thing in cheese. So it's not like it's going to be, super visible anyway. So let's leave that sit for a few more minutes as we welcome our friends from Ashik's stream. Hello, Ashik, it's nice to see you. I hope that you are having a lovely day. I was just in stream, not in stream. I was watching an old, I thought about you the other day. The other day meaning yesterday, 2 days ago. It doesn't matter. It does matter. I thought about you. But I was, someone in chat, in a VOD that I was watching here had brought up magnet fishing. And I was like, oh yeah, I actually know someone who does that. And I'd like mentioned it on stream. Anyway, welcome in. It's nice to have you. Friends who are hanging out here. You call me Ashik. You can call him Ashik, that's his name. Is a friend of the stream, someone I've met IRL, a very lovely, I would say chill human being. And Ashik does a variety of different things on stream, most notably works and runs a liquor store, and also, my dog is right here at my feet, works and runs a liquor store, and does IRL, general IRL streams. I did mention magnet fishing. I know that's something he's done on stream before. I would love it if you would go follow Ashik. He's a good dude and like a genuinely nice human being, very friendly, is sort of the same, one of those folks that's like the same person in real life when you meet them that is, that they present online, which is not always the case. Anyway, friends who just joined us from Ashik stream, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I do vegetable forward family meals on stream. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy that you're here. Follows are silent. We love lurkers here. We do a lot of chatting, but you're welcome to just hang out. If you hit the follow button, there's no alerts, there's no sounds, nothing happens. I'm not going to say hi to you. But it is nice to have you. And today we're doing some meal prep. So we're cooking. We're cooking today. We have on the stove right here, which was what you were seeing when you came in, is the filling for toast. This is dinner, so I'm making this for dinner. This is finished. This is looking really, really nice. When I turn the heat off on here, it's going to thicken up even more as it cools down. So we're making this. We made pizza dough for our stream on Thursday. We're also going to touch the pizza dough again tomorrow by shaping it into dough balls. But we also made quiche, and I can show you the quiche. If you're on the horizontal stream, you can see the quiche. It's right here. I'll pick it up and show it to you in a minute here. But right now, what we're doing is we're finishing we're coming in towards finishing our dinner. I have a very precariously perched Dutch oven here that is not safely sitting on the surface that I've sat it on. Okay. God damn it. Everything on the counter is hot. Stop touching it with your hands, you. Speak nicely to yourselves, people. Speak nicely to yourself. Anyway, thanks, therapy. Triggered myself. Anyway, we're taking this topping, we're putting it on these toasts, we're covering it in cheese, we're putting it back in the oven. So the goal here is to portion the stewed bean mixture evenly over each piece of toast. Then we top with the cheese, covering as much of the mixture as possible. And then we take it back and put it in the oven and bake it until the cheese is melty, about 2, maybe 3 minutes. Then we broil it so the cheese gets browned and toasted on top. And then we take it out of the oven and we eat it because it's delicious, and that's what's for dinner today. So what we're doing now is just allocating topping. And this is actually... I haven't ever made it in this way with like these long sort of toast pieces. And I kind of like it because usually I am not worried, but I'm thinking about like, oh, I'm going to spread this out. I need to like make it the right proportions, blah, blah, blah. When it's this way, I can just sort of have it be I can just like spread it out. Hey, do you want to see my dog? You want to see my dog? We haven't seen the dog on stream in a while. Daze, come back over here. No, come here. Stay, Daze, stay. Come here, baby. People want to see you. Daisy's here. This is Daisy. Daisy's 13 years old. If you have a Daisy emote, let's put your Daisy emote in chat, because oh, big girl. She does not want that. Doesn't want it. Doesn't want it. Yeah. She's, Daisy, now she's just bumping. God damn it. She's just bumping shit. She's only around because there's stuff on the floor. Anyway, we had a brief Daisy cameo. There she goes. There she goes. Okay. She's off again. She's gonna just be over there. Yeah, Daisy's 13 years old. She is deaf. She's very slow. All of her joints hurt. She's like, Daisy is an old dog at this point. Yeah, Liz, she does not come for carrots anymore. She doesn't come downstairs unless there is like a guarantee of something. She is elderly for all the usages of that word. That is Daisy. So no, and she doesn't come for anything. She can't hear you. So it's a fascinating world that Daisy lives in. Chapstick Queen, hello. She is the bestest babe. And what is kind of I will say, at this age, like Calvin and I will take her for a walk and she just wants to go around the block and sniff and literally goes around the block. Liz, she does not go to this on the school walk because that's too far for her. It's too far for her to really do. Like we don't walk her that far at all anymore. She does not go that distance. Daisy's life goals, our life goals for Daisy right now are relaxation, rest, and like just kind words and pats. That's what Daisy's life consists of right now, which like honestly is nice. And she seems happy. She also seems very confused most of the time, which is in itself sad. But she is still kicking. So, she's still kicking, but I have to be honest with y'all. We've had the conversations about what the end results, what that looks like, because she's gonna hit the point soon where she's like not mobile. She also has cancer, so there's that. She has like a giant tumor on her leg that is inoperable. That's just it's growing, and like there's just kind of a lot swirling around for her at this point where it's like, well, comfort and lifestyle and like life quality are the thoughts at the moment. So, I think she's been around for a long time. I'm glad that she's still here, and I think we recognize having had old animals before that is one of the parts of being a good animal, being a good owner is recognizing that. And that's a thing that you don't really know when you first get an animal. Like you have no idea that that's going to, you do, conceptually you're like, oh yeah. And how long do they live? 8 years, 13 years, whatever. You have this like idea that maybe you'll have to do that one day, but then like it arrives and you're like, oh shit. So, is she on pain meds? No, not really, Tatsu. She was, but she doesn't really tolerate them. So like yes and no. I would like her to be on pain meds, but it is not a thing. It is not a thing that she's been consistently good with. She definitely has like digestive issues at this point. Like this, just all of the issues, right? Yeah, Liz, and that's what I'm, I don't mean to take it in a downer direction, but like that's what I'm pushing for, because I don't want there to be an emergency, right? You have to schedule that. I'm worried about her literally falling down, like falling and like breaking something. That is my fear, is that will happen and we will be forced into a decision in that moment that's going to be like immediate and painful, and like are not able to sort of prepare emotionally for that. I'm prepared emotionally, but I'm not prepared emotionally for there to be like an emergency. You know what I mean? So we did not need the rest of this cheese. So let me wash my hands here real quick. I did set a timer for the bread in the oven. Yeah, Indigo, exactly. It's like there's a level with animals where if they're uncomfortable more often than they are happy, if they're in distress, Like, it's on you to be the one to make that decision, because they can't make that themselves, you know? They can't. They're not capable of that. So it's definitely like a sooner rather than later situation for Daisy, which, like, you know, exactly. Difference between happiness and good quality. Liz, that is my exact thought, because she doesn't like the vet. She doesn't want to go to the vet. She never wants to go to the vet. Has never wanted to go to the vet in her whole life. Doesn't like it. Never liked it. Won't like it the next time she's there. Won't like it the last time she's there. Just won't like it. Period. Not a fan. Okay. Our toaster in the oven. We got 30 seconds left on the clock before I need to switch them over to broil. They are melting. They're melting really nicely. Things look great. Right, Indigo. Dogs are happy when they're with us, but it doesn't mean they're not suffering. Exactly. Like, you know, they if they're confused all the time, if they're confused and in pain and don't have the same joys that they've had, once all of the things that they found joyful are not available anymore, it's time. Like, it is. And that's a hard thing to sit with. Because it is. Because it's like, it's the thing they don't tell you when you adopt a puppy. Like, I guess I should say, it's the thing that you can't actually understand when you adopt a puppy. And, you know, I think the only people who do understand are people who've, like, you know, had to make those decisions for other loved ones, either loved ones or other animals before. Like, you know, if you've never sort of been like, hey, we need to make a really hard decision that's going to change someone's life forever, then, like, yeah, you're not going to get it. All right, I turned the broiler on. I'm setting the broiler for 2 minutes. That cheese is melted. Liz says, could you ever see yourselves as dog owners in the future, or is fostering cats kind of this next phase? I think fostering cats is kind of the next phase. It really is. Although I will say, now that part of the reason that one of the things that Gwen swayed me on with adopting our current cats was that, hey, listen, we know where Daisy is in life. If we adopt cats now, they will be used to having a dog and will be able to, like, maybe bridge that in the future, and they will know what a dog is and won't be, like, hostile towards the dog. If we don't adopt cats now, because I was like, let's have a clean slate. No animals in the house, and we'll start from zero again. But her point was basically like, if we do this now, the cats get used to the dog, and then we could possibly get another dog. So the goal wasn't like immediate replacement. It was basically like, let's get them used to the scenario in case we want that to be a scenario. Which, you know, we'll see. Honestly, we'll see. I don't know. Our last cats we had for years before we got Daisy, and they hated the dog because they didn't grow up with the dog. They didn't understand her. They didn't know anything. She was just like this big, awful animal that they couldn't communicate with, that was in their space all the time, and they fucking hated her. Forever. They never liked her. And she didn't understand them, and they wouldn't even let her sniff them. So she never got to like put her face in their fur and like understand them in any capacity. So it was a good idea to get kittens, because kittens are like this big and non-threatening. And she was like, what is this? I don't understand it. And they were like too small to know anything, and just grew up with this, you know, essentially this big dumb dog in their face from day 2 of life. So their experience is fine, and hers was like, well, this is This is fine because they're not big and sharp. Okay. I got this out of the oven. This is not, the cheese didn't brown the same way that Gouda does, but like fine because fucking fine. Who cares? It doesn't need to brown. That wasn't a requirement. Was in the recipe, but isn't like necessary for the enjoyment of the dish. But these came out, they look great. I've got fucking 55 notifications on my phone. What? Why? Oh, okay. Because group chats. What? No, thank you. Read and forgotten. Perfect. Okay. We have a toast situation. These are the toasts fresh, hot and fresh out of the oven. Let's do a better kind of a view of this. So this is what they look like. We're gonna let these cool for a few minutes because they're very melted. The cheese on here is super, super melted. Gouda and Havarti melt differently than, sorry, not Gouda. The two cheeses that I used, one of which was Havarti, the other was Gruyere, melt very differently. They're a little stringier. So I'm glad I kept some of these toast pieces. I'm I'm separating these now. So the cheese, basically I want the cheese to start cooling a little bit so that it gets, it solidifies just a little bit. I wanted it to melt, which it did, clearly. And now I want it to get a little bit more solid so I can cut these. These look amazing though. I'm very happy with the way that these look. I'm taking those leftover pieces of toast that I had from the roll, the pieces that I cut, the ones that I cut off the top, and I'm just I'm scraping this cheese that sort of fell off onto the tray onto these pieces of toast. I'm not making it these are not toasted, obviously. These are just like, these are a little appetizer, a little amuse-bouche, you know what I mean? Timmy, hello. So these just came out from under the broiler. This recipe calls for Gouda, which broils and browns really nicely. I did not use Gouda. I used different, more melty cheeses, which is why I used cheeses that don't really brown. They just melt into liquid. So that's why this sort of has this consistency. But these are looking nice. Like I'm happy with how these turned out. We're gonna let this, like I said, we're gonna let this cool for just a moment more. I'm gonna pop a piece of it onto the cutting board. We'll cut it, we'll get a cross section, we'll see how it is. And then we'll try it, obviously, because that's part of the fun. And then we're gonna have these for dinner. This is dinner tonight. This is dinner another night. This is dinner another night. Pizza dough's in the fridge. So let's take this piece, because this piece was the one that didn't look as nice as the others. So we're gonna start with that one. And then this can just sort of, is this hot? Is it hot? It just came out of the oven. Lou, speak nicely yourself. It's like a rhetorical question. I'm like, is this hot? Yup, it's fucking hot. Ports, hello. How are we today? Good. We're doing very well. Today's been a good stream. Pretty happy with everything. Hopefully this tastes nice. We'll see. But this is I'm going to show you a cross section of this. So come on over here. This is the soup toast cross section. So you can see what we have is a piece of bread. So I toasted it, right? So this is like, this golden part is crispy. And then the middle part is basically still just soft bread. And then the top is being held up. So it didn't soak through because I toasted the top of it. So this is a bite. This is like 2 or 3 bites worth of something here. But I'm really happy with this recipe. I've made this on stream a bunch of times. I developed this recipe on stream. I tested it again. I've done this process a lot. This is the first time I've used these cheeses, and I didn't really follow the recipe today. I followed the structure, like how to toast the bread, but volumes of things. I didn't have the right tomatoes. I didn't have the right, it wasn't all exactly what I needed to make it like perfect, but it's fine. It turned out and I'm happy with it. So that's the fun part about cooking when you enjoy it and you know a little bit about what you're doing. You can make these like modifications and it's fun. Troy, welcome in. Hello. But let's give this a try. We gotta. Hell yeah. That is fantastic. Really is. I'm very pleased with how that turned out. Okay. Listen. I'm finishing up. Dinner's ready. Don't come in like you're being shot out of a gun.
I said.
Because I just want to like.
Are you still streaming?
Yes.
No, I said, please don't want to go straight into dinner. I need just like a moment alone.
Okay. That's fine. I'm finished.
Mom says he doesn't love you. Well, you love him.
Okay.
Neither of those things are
I know. But again, just give me a few minutes.
Okay, bye. We're leaving.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up. I'll leave it. No.
Karate must have been fun tonight. Yeesh.
Spot something.
Okay. Tell me all about it while we eat, please.
Yes.
Okay. Oh my God. Well, we made I know. It's just like, you know, come in guns blazing. That's how it works. But this is really good. I love the meltier cheese on here. I like Gouda, but like one of the things that I miss with the Gouda is that like stringy sort of meltiness, because Gouda re-solidifies when you when it cools down just a little bit. It gets solid again. This both Gouda or both Havarti and Gruyere sort of remain stretchy. So I appreciate that about this cheese, which again, haven't used it before. It is definitely like a hot open face sandwich. That's sort of exactly the vibe. I don't even remember how I initially like started making them this way, but I've made different versions of this and I really kind of like the process. I'd like to do more of them. I had about 15 different ideas for these at one point, which I pitched a bunch of them, and the the broccoli cheddar one was the one that was the most recent one that I've done, I'm pretty sure. But very happy with how today's turned out, despite not following the recipe exactly. And that's okay. Okay. Let's see. What are we doing here? Let's talk a little bit about tomorrow, maybe. Tomorrow we're gonna do a couple kitchen projects on stream. Oh, let me show you. Let me show you what else. Let me show you what else we made today. Because that may be of interest to you. We also made pizza dough, which isn't super fun to look at in this moment. Looks like this. It got a little bigger, but it's looking pretty good. It smells great. I just opened that up and it immediately smelled like a pizzeria in here. So this is 4 pizzas worth of dough, 4 generous pizzas worth of dough. We have that. I'm gonna pop that back in the fridge so it's not sitting out on the counter because otherwise I might forget it. We have quiche. So we made quiches. These are several different things in here. We have pepper chicken, 2 different types of cheese, dill, chives, eggs, obviously, frozen peas. But these are looking good. I'm very happy with these. They've cooled down. And I didn't overcook them because when you overcook them, the quiche starts to separate from the shell around the inside, and that didn't happen on either of these. So these actually look really nice too, which is wonderful. And then we had these soup sandwiches is the name that's what I call them. These are basically toasted bread. There's another cross section for you. I just sliced that one, so it's pretty fresh. Toasted bread. The top of them has stewed tomatoes, cannellini beans, and lacinato kale with topping of Gouda and Gruyere cheese, all on a toasted baguette. You can do it really on any kind of thick toast that suits your fancy. I just ate almost an entire piece of this just standing here right now. Oops. I guess I should wait for dinner. Although I did just basically kick everyone out of the kitchen. They came in and they were yelling at each other.
I'm in danger.
They came in and they were yelling at each other. They were making accusations, flinging around saying wild things. And I was like, get out. Give me 5 minutes, please, before you race around the kitchen and cause me to not have a single thought process in my head. Because that's what happens. Okay. We are, tomorrow, I started to talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a kitchen projects type of stream. We're going to do some knife sharpening, I think. So here's the options for tomorrow. I need to sharpen some kitchen knives. I might do that on stream, I might not. We're going to make the pizza balls out of the dough and we're going to make dinner. Dinner tomorrow is going to be a whole roasted chicken with carrots and parsnips, roasted carrots and parsnips. So classic eat at dad's chicken and vegetable dinner. If you've been here for a couple years, you may remember such dinners this one will be very similar to the dinners that I made for the first 2 years of stream, honestly. We're going to do that. I have to roast some beets tomorrow because I bought beets. I'm not going to make beet cookies, but I want to roast them so that when I want to make the beet cookies again, I have roasted beets and I don't need to do that then. We're going to, as I mentioned, make the next phase of the pizza dough. I have a few sheets of puff pastry in the fridge and I have a bunch of apples. I have a little bit of leftover ricotta cheese. I think I'm going to try to do some sort of ad hoc apple turnover just as a let's just make something and get rid of some of this stuff. And I'm, as I mentioned, we're going to do some knife sharpening most likely. So tomorrow's going to be kind of a variety of things. I'm not going to I don't know, we might not get to the knife sharpening. We'll see. We might not get to the turnovers. I also wrote down that I wanted to sort pennies tomorrow, which boring, but important. It's something I'd actually like to do. Anyway, we're going to be live tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a normally timed stream. Sometime we're going to be live sometime between noon and 3. Noon and 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thursday is pizza day. So Thursday will be a little bit later of a start. We're going to start around 1:30 to 2 p.m. I have some appointments that morning, but I still want to make pizza in the afternoon. So we're going to do ingredient prep for that. And then we're just going to make pizzas. It's not going to, we're probably going to end stream around same time as today right now. So we'll probably be live on Thursday for about 5.5 to 6 hours or so. That's what we're doing. That's the rest of the week. Today, I'm going to find someone to raid here. I think I'm going to keep it in the food and drink category as long as there's someone streaming in the food and drink category. K-Chick, Kay is live. We like Kay. Let's see if she is still actually streaming. Do I need to hit refresh? Okay, great. We are going to raid Kay or K-Chick. Kay is a friend of the stream, is a fellow food and drink streamer, a member of the Food and Drink Creator Club. If you are a food and drink streamer in any capacity, there's a link to chat. I would encourage you to join the Creator Club. Let's set up this raid. As I'm doing that, I want to tell you and remind you that if you are hanging out and lurking, I appreciate you. Follows are silent, so if you are like the type of person like me who just doesn't want to follow while someone's live, I just want to let you know that it was, there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. Nothing happens if you follow. So hit the follow button if you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, I would appreciate you hitting the subscribe button. Thank you very much. This is where we're going to end the YouTube stream because we are not raiding on YouTube because I don't actually know if you can raid. So if you're on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button. It would be lovely if you'd hit the like button. The next time that we stream, which is tomorrow, you will get reminded of that. That'd be fantastic. So YouTube, good to see you. Thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate